will carry on. Here's some advice, give our first Lieutenant Daniel Hyde, who gave the ultimate sacrifice. Do not accept mediocrity in any aspect of your life. Patriot pride is now live. Patriot pride is now live.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the Patriot Pride channel. Mike, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing good.
How was your day, brother?
Busy. Football season officially kicked off, high school, and I've been going nonstop since Thursday.
It's on now, right?
Yeah.
Hey, thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. It's awesome to be here with you. Thank you guys again. Hope everybody had a great week, a great weekend. And if you're here for the first time, make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. We are Patriot Pride. We're a nonprofit. We help give back and support military families in need. Everything here is dedicated to my nephew, Ryan King. We lost him in Iraq in 2007. So everything about Patriot Pride is dedicated to him, but yet we give back and support our local and really nationally now, thanks to you guys, and support military families in need, both active and veterans. So for all of our service members out there and your families, we love you and thank you so much for everything that you do for us. So we're going to get back into, we're going to cover a little bit of two cases tonight, Mike, but I think we're going to get some interesting things toward the end of this, some similarities for the Nancy Guthrie case, and we're going to cover something else. And guys, Mike and I we haven't really talked since last show, right, Mike?
No.
Because you've been so busy and I've been so busy. So do you know, and are you familiar at all with the new case, or the new double, well, almost a double homicide? It was a homicide of a police officer, a shooting of his fiance.
Yes, and she was a corrections officer or something.
Yeah, so you know a little bit about it.
I mean, very little. Like right when it happened, I saw a little bit of it, but I hadn't seen anything since.
Okay. Well, so we're going to cover that tonight, and we're going to see how that may correlate and relate back to the Nancy Guthrie case, and we're going to take some pretty interesting similarities of a couple of these guys, and I really want to get your opinion on just basically what happened in the case, what you think is going on with that case, and then I want to get everybody that's watching, I want to get their opinion on whether they think that these guys may actually be involved with Nancy, and we'll cover a couple of things that are going to be interesting. So again, thank you guys so much for being here. We love you guys. I would love to know where all of you guys are watching from tonight. So everybody, put in the chat where you guys are watching us from.
I saw somebody was from New Zealand.
New Zealand, awesome. Yeah, we've had people from New Zealand, Australia, all over the world, really, and
North Pole.
The North Pole. Yeah, I think Scary Drawdown's from the North Pole. I'm not sure, but
Ram Jam puts the North Pole too, doesn't he? Sometimes.
Possibly, yeah. So, so it's going to be interesting. And so
Georgia, go Dogs.
What we're going to do is Kentucky, North Carolina, Washington, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Maine, Wisconsin,
Mars.
Texas, Tennessee, Wisconsin, Indiana, Florida, Louisiana, Missouri, Texas, Michigan, California, North Carolina, Minnesota, Canada, Tennessee, Colorado, Maine, Mississippi,
How far can you go
New Zealand,
yeah.
Not very far, Oklahoma, Wisconsin, Long Beach, California, Kentucky, Long Island, Wisconsin, Ohio, Maryland, Georgia, go Dogs, St. Louis, Alabama, we're not going to say that second part, California, Southern Illinois, Ohio, North Carolina, West Virginia, Kentucky, Detroit in the house, the Ozarks, shout out to TBX, Northern California, We Investigates, go Dogs. Thank you, We Investigates. We appreciate you, Wayne. Hope you're having a great
South
night.
Pole.
Okay, so we got people from the North Pole and the South Pole. That's awesome. South Oregon, Oklahoma, New York, Clearwater, Florida. You ever been to Clearwater? It's a beautiful place.
Yes.
Rhode Island. So everybody from all over the country Just Jaylene always says that. But outer space, nice. Thanks for checking us out. We appreciate it.
We've actually made it.
We have finally made it, Mike. So anyway, just thank you all for being here from all across the country. We love you guys. We can't do this without you guys. And again, I'm humbled by the support. So let's get those subscriptions up. You guys hit that subscribe button if you haven't. And let's blow the likes up tonight, guys. We've already got almost 1,000 people in here. So there's no reason we shouldn't get 1,000 likes tonight, guys. So please hit that like button if you have not hit it. And let's go. Let's go. And one thing I do want to say, I want to say this. If you guys were with us last time, we did a raffle, not a raffle, but a giveaway. Mike donated a DNA Vibe to Jody Lynn, and I haven't told you this, but she paid that forward, Mike, and she wants to give that to Shauna. You know, Shauna that calls us. Mm-hmm. She wants to give that to Shauna. So Shauna,
that is so awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome. So Shauna, if you're watching tonight, make sure that later on you get in touch with us so that we can get your contact information, and she's gonna pay that forward to you. So. That is awesome. That's what it's all about. So we still got them coming, Mike. Alabama, Iowa, Fresno State. Okay. Last week before college football, Mike.
Yep.
I cannot wait, man. I cannot wait.
I love football. Like, I make my livelihood consist of a lot of football, right?
Yeah.
I am this week has football me out.
Are you serious?
Dude.
I don't think I've ever heard you say that. I know you got a lot going on, though, man. It's been constant.
It was
–
Thursday, football all day. Friday.
Yeah.
Saturday, Devin had 2 games. I mean, and I'm not complaining. I am truly blessed. Don't get me wrong that I get to do that with football. But right now, I literally drove in from Atlanta, took me a hour nap, and came over here.
Well, we all appreciate you for being with us, Mike. We can't do it without you, so thank you so much. All righty. Well, I'm trying to catch up with these chats, Mike. They're going crazy. I love football. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be great, guys. College football is here. Maters and taters. Miss Patricia, what did she say? She says, had a steak tonight, and that rub was awesome. Y'all got to get you some for real, y'all. Thank you, Miss Patricia. We appreciate you.
Happy late birthday.
Yes, everybody wish Miss Patricia a happy late birthday. We love you, Patricia. Thank you so much for all the support that you give us. And please, everybody shout out happy birthday to Miss Patricia. She is one of our family members, and we love her. Wouldn't be the same without you, Mike. That's right.
Well, I appreciate it.
2 favorite teams, LSU and Georgia. Okay, nice. I'm trying to catch up, but these chats are crazy.
Boomer in the house.
Boomer, what's up, man? We love Boomer. If you guys have not checked out Boomer, you guys go over and check out Boomer Investigates. He is a cool guy. He's real laid back, and man, the experience he has is unbelievable. And hopefully, maybe we'll do some stuff with Boomer.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah, soon. I'd love to pick his brain on a couple things. So I'm proud of him for what he's doing. So you guys go check him out. Yeah, everybody's saying happy birthday, Miss Patricia. And one thing I want to say before we get started, you guys kind of know how we do it here. We're just laid back, right? We're just this is what I wanted to create, is a community where everybody feels safe to come here and enjoy one another and just hang out for a couple of hours, right?
A couple.
Yeah, or a few hours. So whatever you guys.
Did you in school a couple? I learned a couple. What was a couple? What did you learn as a couple?
Maybe a few more, but
I had heard like a couple equal 2.
What's up, TBX Unfiltered? You guys got to go over and check out Thornbridge X Unfiltered. Amazing job. Jen and Glenn are amazing.
I came in late on their show last night.
You guys go check them out. Sub up to them. But what was I saying, Mike? I have no idea.
I don't know. You were telling them a couple, like, so you were, and I was giving you a hard time.
This is what I was saying. I was over in a very close friend's chat room last night. If you guys were there, you know what's up. But these people were like, we want to talk about true crime. You're getting sidelined, and you're getting. I'm like, listen. We're here to hang out, guys. We're here to hang out and have a good time, right? Like, yeah, you guys want us to bring you content. I get that, and everybody's got to understand this is not as easy as some people make it look. And so, the main thing here is we just want to hang out with you guys as creators. We want you guys to interact with one another and have a good time and get away from the worries of the world that you guys are having for a couple, 3 or 4 hours. So, you guys kind of give our content creators some grace. If you're in their chat rooms and, they start talking about a topic other than Nancy Guthrie or, a case that they're, it's always good to laugh for a little while.
This isn't my show, so I'm just here. But ultimately, it's your show. And you can talk about what you want to. We love the interaction and all, but ultimately, it's your show. And if I don't agree with something, doesn't mean that I'm going to bash it. I might be like, Adam, why the heck we doing this?
Yeah.
But ultimately, it's your show. So if you aren't enjoying it at that time, like, they can easily exit.
Yeah, and I just want everybody to know, as viewers out there, coming from both sides as a content creator and a viewer, you guys just don't really understand sometimes how much work goes into what some of these content creators do, especially some of the larger channels. So, guys, and especially some people that go, and I've got some really good friends that's been going, nonstop, Mike, and they've just been putting in work. So, guys, give them some grace and let them laugh and relax for a little while, right? Sometimes we need to just have a good time in the chats. And you guys need to chill out on, you're not talking about this, or you're not, guys, we're all here to enjoy one another, right? So that's my little spiel on that. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. And Sal, what's up, man? It's good to see you. And Sal is doing a great job too. So you guys go check out Sal Capano. He's a really cool guy. And if we ever do make it to Vegas, Mike, we're going to hang out with him.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's get into this. And a lot of you guys.
Well, I'm looking for. We'll figure out how to make it to Vegas. So.
Yeah. So let's get into this. And a lot of you guys probably have already heard a lot about what we're going to cover tonight. But I don't think that it may not have been broken down the way we're going to break it down tonight, right?
I'm just listening to what you have to do.
Well, you're going to break it down with your experience, and I'm really interested to get your opinion on this and what you think is going on. So I think Mark's in here. What's up, Mark the Shark? Great guy. You guys go check out him, man. Doing great work over there. Here's one of the ones that's just putting in work, guys. So go over there, sub him up. Great guy, great chat room. We love everybody. Everybody's been so great for us. So, and We Investigates, got to go check out We Investigates. He's been doing a great job on the Clancy case, one I'd like to cover, but he's doing a really good job on that. So, all right, Mike, you ready to get into this?
Yeah, I'm waiting on you.
If you're waiting on me, you back it up. Is that what they say?
Yeah, that's what they say, but...
All right, so let's get into it, guys. Let's go and start out with this. All right, so the case. All right. So what happened? So there's a victim named Mr. Carlos Ramirez, unfortunately, God rest his soul, 23 years old, a Tucson Police Department recruit and a former Pima County Corrections officer, okay? He was scheduled to graduate from the police academy on August the 27th, okay? And this is his beautiful fiance here. His 23-year-old fiance, a current Pima County Sheriff's Deputy Corrections Officer, who has been reported as pregnant, was also shot, but she survived. Okay, so thank God for that. So I want to just kind of break this down a little bit more, because I know that we've all talked about this in a few other chat rooms, and I know a lot of you guys are aware. Some of you guys probably aren't aware of this, and so that's why I want to break it down and take it a little slow so that everybody kind of really understands what happened here.
You have to take it slow for me.
Well, and then
my dyslexic ass would be like, what?
And then at the end, we're going to sit there and we're going to see, well, how does this play into Nancy Guthrie? Does it play into Nancy Guthrie? And we're going to do some pretty cool side by sides and see what people think about this. So we'll see what happens here. So unfortunately, Carlos, Mr. Ramirez lost his life. Lost his life, and so unfortunate. So shortly before 6 a.m. on Wednesday, August 19th, deputies responded to a residence in the 7700 block of South Enchanted Spring Drive in the Valencia West area, west of Tucson. Okay, Ramirez was found fatally shot and his fiancee wounded. Authorities have described the incident as a home invasion. And so, again, I'm really interested as you hear this. I want to hear.
And it was the middle of the day.
Stop me anytime. No, it was early in the morning. It was about 6 a.m. So stop me anytime and tell me your thoughts on this, okay? So, again, so shortly before 6 a.m. is when it happened, okay? So Ramirez was found fatally shot, and she was unfortunately wounded. And like I said, authorities have described the incident as a home invasion. Sheriff Chris Nano said Friday that at this stage he believes robbery was the motive, while emphasizing that investigators ultimately have to establish that. Okay. He also cautioned against assuming only 3 people were involved. Investigators have released evidence concerning 3 men, but Nano said there could conceivably have been additional participants. Okay. So,
well, one thing for me that kind of stands out is why, if you're gonna rob somebody, why, and it be a robbery, it's in a subdivision, I'm assuming, right? Why are you gonna rob the police? Does that make sense? Like, you got 2 law enforcement officers living in that home. More than likely, they're probably carrying a weapon, having a weapon there. Why are you going to their house compared to the next door neighbor's house? That's for me. I'm sitting here going, I got law enforcement target and houses around. So
doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? That's right.
Unless they just were like, why did they choose their house? And I have to always go back to the why. So it's, why are they choosing this house and they didn't know that they were law enforcement if it's a robbery?
And the more we get into this, I think you're going to see, and it's going to be very hard for me to say that they did not know who these people were. But again, I could be wrong, and there's probably some friends in here that know a lot more about this case than me, and I'd love to get their opinions on it as well.
People saying targeted.
Well, I don't really see how it can't be, but...
Well, then that's interesting.
Yeah, it is, and that's what I'm saying. So, but we'll move on. So, all right. So, suspect number 1, okay, Alex James Barnett. Okay, current status is wanted, armed, and dangerous. This is currently the biggest name in the investigation. Alex James Barnett, age 33, height 6'2", approximately 315 pounds, brown eyes, and bald. Distinctive tattoos on his arms. Wanted on first-degree murder warrant. Considered armed and dangerous. Statewide blue alert was issued. Okay, so the Arizona Department of Public Safety says Barnett was last reported wearing a red shirt and black
biker leather vest.
Yes. It's hard for me to see here, guys. Sorry.
And associated with a maroon 2020 Harley Davidson FLHXS motorcycle.
Yes, I'm back on track now. So, yes, so
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. So again, the Arizona Department of Public Safety says that Barnett was last reported wearing a red shirt and black biker/leather vest, and associated with a maroon 2020 Harley FLHXS motorcycle. So, the official Blue Alert page lists Arizona plate D4. A656 in its vehicle description. Notably, the same page contains a conflicting rendering elsewhere. So I would use okay. So that's the type of vehicle that he was last seen on, Mike. Okay.
Okay.
So this is the guy that they're trying to find. So again, so they issued a statewide blue alert. So do you know what a blue alert is?
I'm assuming it's, no, tell me, but I'm assuming it's an all points bulletin.
Well, yes. I mean, I was just asking, do you know? Because you'll see in a little bit somebody else didn't know. So
I haven't heard it called a blue alert.
Okay. So I want to look this up together so that So it's basically an emergency alert issued by local law enforcement to speed the apprehension of violent criminals who kill or seriously injure
Law enforcement. Okay.
law enforcement. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So who seriously injure local, state, or federal law
That makes
enforcement
sense.
officers. So, but remember, we'll talk about the blue alert here again in a second. So anyway, so Alex Barnett, he's one that they still are trying to find in this. Okay, so going back to the blue alert. So Arizona issued a statewide blue alert for the Barnett Thursday night. DPS says the system is used in circumstances involving a violent attack on law enforcement and an individual who may pose a continuing threat. So the official warning says do not approach him, call 911, because obviously they think this guy is armed and dangerous, okay? And again, this is it starts getting a little bit more interesting from here when you start seeing his history and everything. So Barnett's criminal history. So local reporting based on Arizona Pima County records.
Can we do that so I can see? Don't break my neck over here. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a little behind, but yeah.
Thank you.
So anyway, Barnett's criminal history, local reporting based on Arizona Pima County records describes roughly 16 years of criminal cases involving Barnett. KGUN reports that his record includes various felonies and misdemeanor cases involving vehicle theft, burglary, identity theft, forgery, drug offenses, weapons offenses, aggravated assault, child abuse, an offense involving an alleged attempt to strangle an ex-wife, okay? So the chronological breakdown based from KOLD. So in 2012, sentenced in cases involving child abuse, theft, and drug possession, okay? 13, convicted of theft and credit card fraud. 21, convicted of vehicle theft, weapons misconduct, burglary, and identity theft. Okay, and then in 24, convicted of unlawful imprisonment. So sentencing history based on KGUN is KGUN reports that many of Barnett's previous sentences ranged from roughly 6 months to 2.5 years, and that he had repeatedly been incarcerated in Pima County Jail and Arizona State prison system. Okay, so obviously this guy, not a very nice guy, I guess you'd say, Mike, right?
Yeah.
So
and he was housed at the Pima County Jail.
Roughly 6 months to repeatedly incarcerated in Pima County Jail and Arizona State prison system. So he's been in jail and in prison. Okay, so he's been in and out of.
And both of these victims that we're talking about were Pima County Corrections, so that they were both worked for the sheriff's office.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So starting to get a little weird, right?
Well, I can go ahead and tell you there's been times when I got into law enforcement, and most all sheriff deputies have to work in the jail. There was altercations where things had happened and they would come back and threaten, like, hey, you better watch your back, I know where you live, or this, that, and the other. And I took a lot of it not seriously because it's going to be hard for you to know where I live. But there was some threats that were made that I took a whole lot more serious. Because you lock them down, or they did something and you called them and they, woe was me, it wasn't me, they never did anything. You know what I'm saying? So it was always trying to intimidate. And behind bars, I mean, I would always tell everybody, basically, I'm serving my time just like you are. I'm getting paid, but I spend mine 12 hours at a time, where you spend yours at 24.
Yeah.
But for the most part, he would. That really sticks out to me that he had been incarcerated there, and I'd like to know if them times kind of matched up when he was in there. Yeah,
it's a good point. And so real quick, guys, if you guys have not hit that like button yet, you guys hit that like button. We're trying to get to 1,000 likes tonight, so thank you guys for that. So it's starting to seem a little coincidental, right, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the guy that This is the guy that they're looking for right here, Mike. Okay. So this is him. This is Alex James Barnett. Okay, and so this is an official flyer that they put out at Pima County. Okay, so Pima County Sheriff's Department Real-Time Operations Center. So you can see there the description of it. So last seen on that motorcycle. Okay. And he's got very obviously distinguishing tattoos on his arm. So, obviously not going to be very difficult to find this guy. If, I'm not going to say not difficult to find him, but to identify him, right, Mike?
Yeah.
Let's see. Dom C. Let's see. Off topic, I appreciate you guys so much, and I love our community. So many of the same wonderful people from channel to channel. Blessed to be a part of this community. Love you all. Love you all. Okay, most. Thank you so much, Dom C. We love you. And you guys go check out Dom C as well. She's got a channel. I saw you and Jax yesterday, and you guys did a great job. I meant to tell you that. So thank you so much, Dom C. We love you, and thanks for all that you do and all of your support. We really appreciate you. So anyway, I think this guy fluctuates up and down a lot too in weight because I've seen some pictures with him a little heavier and some pictures with him a little bit lighter, and so this is him, and again.
And how tall did they say he was?
I think they said when it comes back up, I'll see it, but I think they said he's 6'2". Let's see. I've got some more information here, so I'm sure it'll be on this next slide we have here. So let me move on to this one. Actually, it doesn't. So anyway, he last seen on a Harley Davidson Arizona license plate, and obviously do not call 911 if they see this guy. So there were a lot of comments that were made, and I don't really want to get deep into it. Yeah, 6'2". Thank you. I appreciate that, Jay Lee. That's what I thought. A lot of comments and wondering if he was part of some type of organization, that rides bikes, and we didn't really want to get deep into that, but we'll move on. So suspect 2, okay. So this is suspect 2. So Santiago Jorge Rogers, I assume that's how they say it, or George Rogers, okay. So the update is actually he was arrested. I think he was arrested Saturday. I'm pretty certain he was arrested yesterday, Mike. So Santiago Jorge Rogers, age 39, identified as one of the 3 suspects, arrested on Saturday, August the 22nd. The arrest warrant was for first-degree murder. He was taken into custody without incident. He was booked into the Pima County Adult Detention Complex, okay? So where they found him, authorities located Rogers at a hotel in the 4800 block of South Palo Verde Drive, a road, near East Irvington Road and Interstate 10. Okay, the arrest operation involved Pima Regional SWAT Team, PCSD Fugitive Investigations Unit, and some assistance from the FBI. Okay, so Rogers is this guy's name, and here's an image of him, and so to me, this guy looks. I don't know. You can tell that he's got some identifying. He has some identifying marks that he's probably been through some things, right, Mike? A lot of, I guess you'd say.
Look like jailhouse tats.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Is he's probably been through some stuff, probably associated. And I'm not accusing this guy. And that's one thing I do want to put out there. Disclaimer is. All we do right now is for entertainment purposes only. We're not accusing anybody. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. Not slandering or defaming anybody.
We're just trying to hook up the coincidences.
We're just talking tonight, guys. So, and any of our guest panelists or callers, same goes for them. Nana, thank you so much. Thanks for all you do. Love your channel. Wondering if you think Rogers fits the description of Porch Guy. Just a thought. It's a good thought because here in just a little bit we're going to put some things together and see what you guys think about that. So thank you so much for that. And Mab, thanks for that 850. Only 150 more likes, guys, to get us to 1,000. So that's our goal tonight. So yeah, this is Rogers, Mike. And again, we're gonna do some things here in just a little while, and we'll see what you think about it. Okay, so moving on. So suspect 3. Okay, so there's another suspect.
And supposedly there might be more.
There's potentially more. Yeah, we don't know how many. So an unidentified man. So he was unidentified, but I think they've identified him, and he has been located. And this is a topic I want to talk to you about once we get through the slide. So authorities released surveillance imagery of a man associated with a vehicle believed to have been involved in the shooting. Okay, he had gray hair, glasses with what appears to be a goggle-style band, watch or bracelet on his left wrist, light wash or gray jeans, and distinctive red and white or orange and white Nike shoes. Okay, so KGUN reports investigators described him as having all of those
Features.
descriptions and features over there that we discussed. Okay, and we do have some video that we'll get into in just a second, guys. Once we go through these slides together. So again, just wanted to put these together and break this down a little bit more. If you guys, I know everybody's probably heard kind of an overview of what happened, but I wanted to kind of break it down and get a little bit more detailed on it.
I just found out a lot. Literally, when I found out about this case, I don't even know where I was. I remember Juice. Was I with you?
I'm not sure.
And I mean, just like the first 10 or 15 minutes, and then I had to go.
Yeah.
And really hadn't heard anything else about the case.
Well, the thing about it, the reason I'm doing this, like I'm doing it tonight, is because there's still a lot of people are confused about this. There's still a lot of people, and even as I've been in, from some friends' chat rooms and everything, there's a lot of confusion still around this case. And so I wanted to try to get as descriptive as I could on some visuals, because visuals help me out a lot.
Yeah.
They help me out. Yeah.
I got to see it to understand it.
So this guy, the unidentified man, or I guess he's identified now, so he was seen with a vehicle. It was investigators released a surveillance of a gray SUV believed connected with the homicide. Okay, reporting describes it as an approximately a 2000. I think it's a 2008 to 2013 Acura MDX. The vehicle was subsequently recovered. Okay, so the 10:50 a.m. video. Investigators say surveillance shows the third unidentified subject. Again, which is he's identified now, getting out of the suspected vehicle near South Palo Verde Road and East 33rd Street at approximately 10:50 a.m. This is roughly 5 hours after the shooting was reported. So they got in and got out of there, Mike, which, I don't know, do you think this was planned out?
Do we have any more to go on?
We'll get there. So this was.
I'll answer when we get done.
Okay. I don't think you can see the guy very well because of they put the word over his head. But this was the original image that they put out of this guy, and so thankfully they have located him. And so I want to ask you the verbiage. So you guys see he's been located. So the verbiage located. Okay. What do you think that means? Because a lot of people are like, well, if he's been located, why is he not
detained?
Yeah. What's going on? Hold on a minute. What's going on with Juice, guys? Let me know what's going on with Juice real quick. I got to pause for a second, guys. I got to figure out what's up with Juice. Okay.
Okay.
Juice is fine. He's just headed home. Bad weather. Okay, cool. Well, God be with Juice. I just had to make sure my boy was all right. I was like, everybody's praying for Juice. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? Okay. We love you, Juice. All right. So anyway, all right. So going back to located, what does that mean from your perspective, and why does it not say detained?
Because he's probably not detained.
Okay. So if, in fact, they have identified this person as that person, and again, we'll see the video in a few, why would he not be detained and questioned? Why would they just say he's located? And why even give that information out? That's a question I personally have.
Well, a lot of it is for the people in fear, right? Like there was, there's we know there's been an unaliving on law enforcement. So you don't want the public to panic, right? As far as being located, I mean, you're looking at the reason he hadn't been detained. He's been located in an area or in a town or in, that, and they're trying to hone in on exactly. Like, for instance, so-and-so's been located in an area. Does that make sense? As far as being able, this is the only thing I can think of. I think that it would be more on the lines of he's been located, like they're going in and they're closing the circle. Does that make sense? There's been somebody located in Atlanta, Georgia, and how far away from the scene has this been?
We'll get into that too in just a few minutes. Not far away.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're saying, hey, he's been located. We're looking. He's doing this. Because a lot of times you'll use a located if somebody's gone 3 hours, another state. Hey, they've been located in that state, and now we're pursuing leads in that area.
Well, to me, that verbiage sounds very suspicious to me, just personally, because I know here in Georgia, if a law enforcement officer is shot, it's over with, folks. I'm telling you. I mean, they're not just going to say they located somebody. They're not going to do that around here. I mean, and they're going to, and if they've just condensed him or confined him to an area, to me, I don't see why they would even put that information out to let him know that, hey, they're on me. So maybe
he knows they're on them.
Well, maybe it's just verbiage. Maybe they have brought him in and questioned him, but it seems to me like,
I mean, if he's located,
it just seems like they would have said he's detained. You know what I'm saying? They said that Carlos was detained. They said that Luke was detained. You know what I'm saying? So I guess that's why I'm saying it's confusing for me why they would have just put that. So you cannot detain someone always on suspicion. Okay, well that makes sense.
I mean, you can detain. They're like, and I'm definitely not arguing with Miss Beth. She's the 22 years.
Yeah.
I mean, you can You can detain somebody for a certain period of time, right? The located is not like that. We've never used that verbiage.
Yeah.
Unless we're talking about, hey, somebody's been located in, so and so county.
Yeah. Says no law enforcement agency going to broadcast that they located someone. Yeah, I agree. Unless they're just that dumb, and we all know, and we've been through this for almost 7 months, and we know how incompetent that can. And I'm not trying to be ugly, but hey, I have no dog in the fight, so thankfully I live in a different county. But the leadership is completely idiots. I just have to put it out there. Anyway, we'll move on from that, but we'll see what happens with this guy. So he's been located, whatever that means, guys. Hopefully that means they're talking to the guy and shaking him down. I don't know. So anyway, so now let's go forward. All right, so the gas station video, Mike. This is where it starts getting a little interesting.
Now let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Could it be? No, because the car isn't in that scene. I was thinking maybe that they would be like, "Hey, he's in the picture," and they like, we don't have any other description other than located. I'd like to know what was with the title or something that's under that picture.
That's all they said is located, I think. Well, actually, we'll go back because I'm going to bring up Pima County's X account here in just a second. So we'll look and see exactly.
Because when you say located, you're talking about, we've located a firearm. We've located, suspicious, and it could be, hey, we've located a suspicious person. We've located, but normally it's more of like an object instead of a person.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. So anyway, all right. So the gas station video, Mike. Okay. So investigators obtained a surveillance from the Shell gas station on Valencia Road. Okay. So the video was recorded at approximately 5:20 a.m. on the 19th. Okay. And we know this is 40 minutes before, approximately before the shooting. So authorities say it shows Barnett and another unidentified suspect shortly before the shooting, which now we know allegedly who that suspect is, and that's Rogers that they've already arrested. Okay, so that creates a very important investigative timeline, Mike, and this is what you like. So 5:20 a.m. Barnett and another man entered the Shell station. So allegedly that man is Rogers, and we already covered that. So before 6 a.m. Ramirez and his fiancee are discovered, unfortunately shot. At 10:50 a.m., another suspect seen exiting suspected vehicle near Palo Verde and 33rd, and then the vehicle is subsequently recovered. So they recovered the vehicle, okay? So on August the 20th, Barnett publicly is identified, and they put out a blue alert. On the 22nd, Rogers was arrested, and then Barnett plus a third subject is remain outstanding. And so that third suspect is located. So again, whatever that means, he has been located. Okay, so now
See, SBK puts up talking about the Pima County Sheriff when they post something.
yeah,
Sometimes it'll say located for like a missing person or something.
yeah. I mean, I get all that, but to me, I guess the point I'm trying to make is if they have just located the person and they have not interacted with the person yet, in my opinion, it seems very odd and miscalculated to put that verbiage out so that that person knows that they've been located and gives them a means, which maybe these people don't have the means to get out of the area. But if I knew that I was located, I can promise you that they wouldn't find me if I knew that I was located. That's all I'm saying. So, again, maybe it's just the verbiage, but so let's go to the some of the actual footage. So this gets pretty interesting here, Mike. So let's check some of this out here.
We begin tonight with a developing story. The Pima County Sheriff's Department has made an arrest in connection with the shooting death of 23-year-old Tucson Police Department recruit Carlos Ramirez. According to PCSD, 39-year-old Santiago Rogers, you see him there on your screen, he was arrested early this morning at a hotel on the 4800 block of South Palo Verde Road here in Tucson. Detectives, with the help of the FBI, executed a first-degree murder arrest warrant. We're told Rogers was arrested without incident and booked into the Pima County Jail. Now, Rogers was in video court tonight. A judge ordered him to have no contact with the victim's family or the surviving victim's family. He's being held without bond.
I want to make a point on that as well. Okay, let me bring us up right here. So did you just hear what he said? He's been ordered to not have any contact with the victim or the surviving victim's families, right? What does that mean? I mean, does that mean the guy's going to get released?
No, it would be in communication, right? Like,
but how can he communicate if he's locked up?
oh,
You
crazy.
see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, that's easy. That's totally easy.
So that's just a stipulation that the judge puts on the guy.
So basically, how that would work is he has phone privileges.
Right.
So he would call so and so on a collect call. That collect call then in turns is an outside line. Now that outside line can call somebody, and now you have a three-way conversation.
Okay.
So there's ways. Now, granted, everything is being recorded, right? Like, so everything that he says on that phone call is being recorded. The thing is, you have to monitor that, because there's so many phone calls that are being recorded. A lot of stuff does get through.
So basically, he just wanted to put that on the record so that if he did, then
if you try to reach out and hey, and a lot of that would be more of intimidation factor, especially if they're supposedly attached to a group that likes to ride motorcycles or
Yeah,
something,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like you can't reach out to, and that would also be third party. Like you can't call. I couldn't call you and say, "Hey, go harass so and so."
I got you. That makes sense.
And then now you're in trouble.
Yeah. Well, that's why we got you here. I appreciate that. All right, so let's continue with this.
Rogers' no bond hearing is set for Thursday, and he has a preliminary hearing scheduled for September 1st. Tonight, law enforcement says they are now talking to a second suspect who may be involved in this case, and they are still searching for that third suspect wanted in connection to the fatal shooting. Take a look at this map. That shooting happened just before 6 a.m. on Wednesday at a home on Enchanted Spring Drive near Valencia and Camino Verde. Ramirez's pregnant fiancée was also shot in the incident. These are photos now you're seeing of one of the suspects, 33-year-old Alex Barnett. A $2,500 reward is now being offered for information that leads to Barnett's arrest. Barnett is bald with distinctive arm tattoos and is considered armed and dangerous. Barnett was last seen wearing a red shirt and black leather vest, riding a maroon 2020 Harley-Davidson motorcycle with an Arizona plate DA466. That plate again, DA466. And now this update just into our newsroom minutes ago.
Let's look at this
motorcycle
video
and black leather.
So allegedly, this is Barnett in the front, okay, and then allegedly it's Rogers in the back. So let's really pay attention to this. And I'm going to slow this down. I want to look at a couple things here, guys. And I'm going to be honest. This is
this is the suspect that's still on the.
Exactly.
Okay.
And guys, I'm going to tell you something. I'm looking for something here.
You're looking for his walk. You're looking for his gait.
And I haven't even done this yet. So let's check this out. Let's do it together.
Vest, riding a maroon 2020 Harley Davidson motorcycle with an Arizona plate DA466.
His gait is not.
I'm looking at the second guy.
2020.
So I'm seeing that his left foot does turn out just a little bit. So
It's very slight.
yeah. So let's watch.
Harley Davidson motorcycle.
So I see it kicks out just a little bit right there, some on that left foot. So I don't know. I just wanted to check that out. I haven't even checked that out yet. So I'll speed this back up to normal speed, guys. But I just wanted to look at that as we're going along, just looking at some things here.
I mean, and that's what you have to do.
Yeah.
That plate again, DA466. And now this update just into our newsroom minutes ago. The Pima County Sheriff's detectives locating this man tonight. They believe he is connected to this case. This photo shows that man who detectives say was seen parking a vehicle believed to be involved in the incident after the shooting on that Wednesday morning. The vehicle was parked near South Palo Verde and East 33rd just before 11 o'clock Wednesday. Detectives say they are now talking to this man who was just before 11 o'clock.
So
they are talking to him. So him being located, they are talking to him.
So how does that not mean detained? Is it just a verbiage thing?
Yeah, he might.
Let me tell you what I think.
He's possibly not.
No. Let me tell you what I think. I just figured it out. So Carlos is allegedly suing. Daniel or whoever is allegedly suing because they detained them. So I guarantee you they're not labeling this as a detainment because they don't want to get into lawsuit possibility.
But here's my thing. When has Nanos ever cared about a lawsuit?
I don't know.
Right?
But something I did.
I think they're just saying.
It really doesn't matter, I guess. But it worries me. You know what I mean?
And it might even be the news, right? Like putting the located. Hey, they located this man based off of it being not necessarily coming from the sheriff's. The picture came from the sheriff's office,
right?
But then, hey, they put the news come up and put the located in.
Well, I don't know. I think we'll see on their X account, but I think Pima County put it on their account, but I'm not sure. But I do want to show you this right here. So they've got the red dot basically in the middle of the road, but if you guys see, there's a parking lot right here, and 857 did an awesome job of covering this the other day. Shout out to 857. You guys go sub him up if you haven't. I'm sure you have. But
He was like on for like 24 hours
dude,
straight
he has
or
been
something,
putting
wasn't it?
work in. I mean, putting work in. So anyway, that parking lot right there. I don't think you guys can see my cursor, but the parking lot that's at about 10 o'clock to the red dot is where the car was dropped off. Okay, Mike. And down below that, there's obviously a big parking lot here with a building there, okay? And I don't know if this has any relevance with it or not, but the name of that company is Barnett's Towing, okay? And that guy's Alex's last name is Barnett. So I don't know if that has any relevance or not. I'm still trying to look into that. But the car was dropped off here in this parking lot, and the man was last seen walking toward. I don't know if we're due north or not, but I would just call this walking south. Toward the parking lot down below. So, but we'll continue.
Wednesday.
But they said that they were talking to him. Maybe they haven't brought him in and they're just finding information. I don't know. I'm still confused on that.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Detectives say they are now talking to this man who was just located, working to find out his involvement in this case. PCSD says he has not been arrested at this time. We spoke with Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos about this man.
Get ready for this very intuitive interview, guys. I don't know how he does this and how eloquently he can speak, but he does it again, guys.
Manhunt. Take a listen.
Right now, we're investigating this as nothing more than a very serious robbery, attempted robbery, whatever you want to call it. These individuals broke into a home in the middle of the night and took someone's life and tried to take another life. We're gonna find.
Dude, this is
He
a law enforcement
no, hold
officer.
on.
Two.
He said
Nothing more than.
A serious robbery. The dude committed murder.
On two police officers at that. It's crazy, man.
Okay, so now they are still searching for Alex Barnett, and if you know where Barnett is or can help identify him, please call 911 or 88 Crime. Remember, you can stay anonymous. For continuing coverage.
So what do you think about? We're going to look at one more video here, but I mean, what do you think about? Nanos is just an idiot, isn't he? I mean, it's just official. He's just an idiot, guys. I'm sorry to say it. I'm not trying to be mean, but I think it's official.
I don't understand how you have literally, and they work for you. You have two deputies that work for you, and you literally say, we are going to investigate this as a robbery.
Jack's mama makes a good point. Go ahead.
Like, what in the world?
He said in the middle of the night. Jack's mom says, "Yeah, 6 a.m. is not the middle of the night." You're right.
Yeah.
I would
like to put an F in front of where it says easy.
I'm just saying, around here, man, it's different. I guess I don't know if somebody took out a law enforcement officer around here. I mean, it would be. I mean, I don't know.
Not only would it be the county that it happened in, it would be every surrounding county.
The whole state of Georgia.
Like,
we've had that happen before when what was the guy's name? You know who I'm talking about. Officer that got shot here in Athens. A few years back.
Yeah. I can't think of his name.
Anyway, the whole state of
Kane,
Georgia. The whole state of Georgia was on fire. Wayne may remember. I'm not sure. But I'm talking about GBI was burning up the whole state and until they found this guy, and they found him hiding in the woods 4 days later, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Maybe it's just a different place, bro. I don't know, but I don't know what's up with them. So, anyway, let's check this one out right here, Mike.
Do you know who the guy was, right? Who they found?
Yeah.
You know.
I don't know the backstory. I don't think.
Yeah, you do.
Maybe.
You actually installed cardio for him.
Oh, beautiful. That's great.
Because it was right there.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I did not know that I did that. Wow. Anyway, all right. So let's check this out here, guys. So interesting video. Mike, tell us what you think about this whole thing. And obviously, there's no sound here, guys. But so here's the alleged vehicle coming up. This is the parking lot I was telling you about, right? The dirt parking lot that we were looking at. Okay. So gets out. So what is he doing there? Is he wiping the?
Yeah, he's wiping the handle off.
Okay, he dropped something there. Looks like maybe he dropped the towel he was using. Let's check that out again. So he's wiping.
So he's wiping the door handle off.
Wiping the door handle off. You can see it. You can see the towel.
Well, one of the things, if you'll go back, you'll see how he closed the door. He closed the door with his front part of his forearm.
Yeah.
To keep.
So wiping the prints off. He drops something. We don't know what that is. And then he starts walking. Okay. And again, I know a lot of you guys maybe have already seen this, but Mike hasn't seen it.
I have not seen this.
Okay. So distinctive walk, right, Mike? Throwing the right arm out.
Yeah.
Very distinctive. And so now he's walking down toward where we looked at that visual a little while ago. Okay.
To the towing parking lot?
Yeah. So anything else that you want to look at in here? Let's just watch him get out again here. Gets out, shuts it with a forearm. He's wiping. He's
wiping the handle off. And it looks like he drops the towel.
Or something, yeah. Okay.
Look at how he bends down.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I think they're thinking that the guy that we were talking about that's been located is this person here. Okay.
Okay.
So they're trying to, I guess, now find what correlation, if any, this person has with everything.
I want to know what makes them think that he is involved. Like, what do they have that makes him think that he was involved?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question.
Because he's not seen in video, like, with them. We hadn't seen any video of, like, what would make them think that he was involved, why that car was involved. Does that make sense? Like, where's the connection?
Yeah, so this is Pima County's X page.
Well, see, there's no located.
Well, not yet, because this was on the 21st, so I'm not sure. We'll go up here. So arrested was Rogers, okay, and now they've got located on this. So the suspect previously seen exiting the vehicle, believed to be involved in homicide, has been located. At this time, no arrest has been made as investigators work to determine his involvement. Alex Barnett remains outstanding, wanted on a first-degree murder warrant. So, again, just weird verbiage to me that they would put out on their own site, Mike. So, I don't know. It just seems a little bit awkward how they're handling it to me. So, all right. So let's pause here and let's replay this. And I want to see what some people in the chats think about this. So, based on the evidence or the knowledge that we have right now, do you think that this was a targeted attack?
Yes.
Okay. Katie says, was it Dylan Harrison? Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate that. I'm not sure. I do not know. I can definitely check into that because I'm going to be honest with you.
Rogers is left-handed.
Okay. Somebody, Simp. I'm so sorry. I did not see. I'm sorry. I can't see the chats, guys, sometimes when I'm playing videos, but, and I can't put this on the screen, I don't think, but it says, so Simp, thank you so much for your support. Simp says, maybe they have to prove that the car was involved before they can charge him. They probably have questioned him, but they have to have the evidence. That's a good point. That's a good point. Thank you so much, Simp. We appreciate that. So, so going back from that, Mike, do you think that this was a targeted attack on these two young people?
Yes.
And why do you think that?
Just the connection of him having been detained and processed at Pima County Jail, them working at the jail.
So you think they've crossed paths before?
Yeah, they've had. I mean, common sense would tell you that they had to.
You would think, right? I mean, very, very weird to me that they would just happen up on this house. Had that guy gotten in trouble with the officer before, and it's his payback.
Well, I mean, a lot of stuff goes down in a jail, right? Like, and you have different stuff. You have a different dynamic. Being in working in a jail is a totally different dynamic. It doesn't even really seem real. The things that we take so for granted out in the real world, I mean, from coffee to gum to, a cigarette butt that's already been smoked, right? Like, there's so many things that go on in the jail and like how they get a high. They go, going to the doctor and putting it under their tongue and making it look like there's so many things that go on. If he was and I'm assuming he was, if they were going ahead and sending him to the police academy and he was getting ready to graduate and all that kind of stuff, that guy would have so many opportunities to get pissed at him if he did his job. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
as little as, hey, can I have the TV on for 5 extra minutes?
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
Yeah.
no, you can't. Well, so-and-so lets me do it. Well, I'm not so-and-so. Or, he didn't do anything, but he locked he locked the whole day room down because, somebody else was doing something, and it's just easier to lock everybody down than it is to try to, guilty by association. And he's like, I didn't do it. Like, that could be a reason. I mean, there's so many things. And if he is affiliated with so-and-so, it might not necessarily be something. It could be from they ran into each other. He's been out. They're out. And it's something that happened with an inmate that's already there. They reached out and was like, hey, they call it a green light a lot of times. So somebody from inside could say, hey, I want him green lighted. And that means it's open season.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
Things work. People don't really understand how prison and jail works. I mean, it's a different world. It's a total different world. Sherry says there's pictures of this gray-haired guy circling around. He's involved with jewelry making. Okay. Interesting. And again, guys, everything we're saying tonight, entertainment purposes only. We're not defaming or slandering anybody. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. So we're just putting some stuff out there. So, but some very interesting things. And so, yes, Mike, that is my opinion as well. In my opinion, they have had to cross paths somewhere. As we pull this up, I'll pull it up here in a second, the map. I just don't really see anybody randomly up on, 2 law enforcement officers at 6 a.m. in the morning. And that's the thing, 6 a.m. in the morning, right? That tells me a lot as well. I'm the Dog Mom. Thank you for your donation. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. So to me, that speaks volumes. They knew they were going to be home. They knew who was there. In my opinion, this had to be targeted in some form or fashion. Jaylene wants us to tell why. What do you want us to tell why, Jaylene? Put in there what you want us to tell why. Okay. So that being said, so if you just right off the rip, off the cuff, on the spot, what do you think? If you think they had crossed paths before, what makes the most sense without knowing anything else?
Of why they did it?
Yeah.
See, I don't think it's a robbery. Just from what I know, right? Like,
Boomer makes a good point, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I've heard that before too. Could be possibly over the woman. I mean, we don't want to.
I didn't. I honestly did not want to go there.
Yeah.
Just due to the fact of circumstances.
Yeah.
I can tell you in a lot of cases, and if I'm glad he said that. So when the guy was working in the jail, he gets sent to the academy. Now his wife is working.
And hold on, we're not saying this happened.
Not
it's
at
just
all.
a possibility that could.
Not at all. So the wife is working in the jail. There's a lot of times where just inmates or prisoners want to just disrespect all female. And I don't know. She could be working in the female side. I don't know the
dynamics.
But a lot of times they would, make smart comments, or they do this or do that, or expose themselves. All these types of things could have happened, and so now there's that. Hey, you're not going to disrespect my wife, or you're not going to do this, or you're not going to do that. So that very well could be into play. And
100%, Tammy, 100%.
So what'd she say?
Could a gang be hiding Burnett? Yeah, certainly. And I don't really want to talk about. You can talk about. I'm not going to talk about any organizations, but 100%.
Any organization in anything that has to do with that is, in multiple states across the nation, have the ability to do a lot of things. But getting back to it, yes, that was one of my first things that popped up was in my head, and you asking me, but I'd kind of put that sort of on the back burner just because the lady is sitting there fighting for her life. But there's a lot of times where these criminals, not necessarily the people that did it, but the criminals that behind bars, they're very, very, very gifted with manipulating, and they have the gift of gab, and it's very easy to get caught up in stuff.
It is.
In the fact of, hey, I'll pay you $5,000 to sneak in a cell phone, right? Well, once you sneak in that cell phone, they don't ever have to pay you any amount of money ever again, because now they own you. In the fact of, and now you're having to do something, and there's just so many things. It's wild, and knowledge is power, and so people try to find out as much knowledge as they can, so they can have power, so they can control from behind bars.
Yeah.
And so there's just so many things. I don't even want to go down that route of possibilities that could. But I definitely think there's a connection.
100%.
And organizations that have these types of things pay off guards all the time to sneak in contraband.
And we already know what we're dealing with in Pima County, right? I mean,
jail politics, right? So if you, I'm not saying these people, but just in general, are sneaking things in and people are getting paid off, the only way I would think it was a robbery is they would have to have known something was there personally, right? Well, they're in law enforcement, they're working in the jail, like they aren't super wealthy for them to, I'm going to go rob somebody. I'm going in because I know they have something.
Yeah, and 23 years old, man. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I mean, you're making 75. Let's say you make $75,000 a year, right?
If that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Overtime, this, that, and the other. You're making $75,000 a year.
Yeah.
That's not the type of house. No offense, that I'm willing to risk my freedom for, to,
Yeah.
And most robberies, statistically, You're breaking in when they're not there.
Exactly.
Not when
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
there.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
what that was the first key to me to say, hey, this was an attack. It wasn't a robbery, because I would wait till they went to work.
Exactly. And they had that option.
Yeah.
Jody, thank you so much for all you guys do. Thank you, Jody. We appreciate you. Love you guys. Boomer,
Appreciate it, Boomer.
how's it going, Boomer? Thank you so much, brother. You're doing an awesome job over there. So proud of you, Boomer. I always enjoy his knowledge is second to none. So his experience. All right, guys. So now let's get into the good stuff. All right, and maybe good stuff, may not be good stuff, may not have anything to do with it at all. But you guys know me. I gotta work it out, and I gotta check it out.
You gotta work it out.
I gotta work it out. So, all right. So let's move on to a couple of photos. Okay. So let's check. Well, actually, let's finish up these real quick. Let's finish up the visuals. So really quick. So Sheriff Nano's possible robbery. He says Sheriff Nano said Friday that he currently believes robbery was the motive. He's an idiot. I'm sorry. While indicating investigators will ultimately make that determination.
Why, but there again, why would you think that's a robbery?
What gives you any
Just
indication?
because they broke into a house means that it's that doesn't mean that it's a robbery.
What gives you any indication that's a robbery? You know what I'm saying? Just like you said, most robberies, they want to do it when people are not there.
Right.
There's no reason to break into a home if you're going to rob it with people there, especially two police officers. Scary drawdown. The good stuff is why I'm here. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Scary. Yes, Michael, you will be.
What? How do you have time to read the chats and the this?
Listen, this is what I do, Mike. This is what I do right here, Mike. All right, anyway. So let's go on to this last one here, and then we'll move on to some photos that you guys might find kind of interesting. All right, so here we are. So targeted or random, did they know who they were? Okay, so Ramirez wasn't merely someone hoping someday to become a police officer. Okay, he had previously worked as a Pima County Corrections Officer and was already a TPD recruit. Reportedly only days away from graduating from the academy. Okay, the 27th, Mike. His fiancee was also a current Pima County Corrections Officer. That makes an obvious investigative question. Okay, did the suspects know who they were? Okay, obviously right now I haven't found any reliable evidence establishing that they specifically targeted them. And if robbery really was the motive, that becomes even more important. So interesting, interesting kind of, I don't think it was a robbery. I honestly think it was targeted. So, all right, let's look at this here. All right, so let's check this guy out, see what you guys think about this. Okay. And I'm really interested to see this. Let me go back over here real quick. Again, I want to, PSA, I like your mind. Thank you. I appreciate that. Real quick, guys, if you're here for the first time or if you have not hit that subscribe button, we're trying to get to 13,000, guys. So hit the subscribe button. Let's go. Let's get there. And if you haven't hit the like button, guys, please hit the like button. I'm not even sure how many we're at, but the mods, if we've already hit 1,000, let's make a new goal, guys. Let's get there tonight together. So, again, thank you so much, everybody, for being here. We love you guys. All right, so let's check this guy out, Mike. And I know you're tired of seeing people in masks, but I do want to get your opinion on any similarities or any differences. Brenda says, go Vols. I have to say, go Dogs. Nano says, a clown, Victoria says. Hit 12K first. I'd love to, man. What do you think, Mike? I know you hate looking at these things because we've looked at so many of them. I understand, but let's really get into this and see if you think what you're thinking with this. So let's check this out. So this is the first image. So let's move on to the next image. Okay. Here's the next one. I mean, can you tell anything? I know it's very difficult to tell, Mike, but
I don't see teardrops.
yeah. But we also, I don't know that the mask goes down that. I think it covers it up. You know what I mean? I think it could cover it up right there. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just know, and I think Sleuth is the one that said this the other day. Shout out to Sleuth. Always does a great job. I know people look so different with a mask on and under an infrared camera. And we even proved that the other night when we did some things. And so, I mean, even these different images of the masked guy or woman look different at times to me. It looks like two different people. So it's very difficult to tell. But I just wanted to see if we could see any similarities at all with this. And
If you're asking me, could I see if I put that picture under that mask? I would say about 80%. I can see the transit if I'm looking and
Right.
I take the picture to the left and put it over and
Right.
trying to put a mask over it.
right.
The nose structure I can kind of see, and not that picture, but in another one of the other pictures that you put up.
Yeah.
The similarity to it.
Let's check this one out. So again, we gotta remember that the guy on the right is obviously looking to the left. So the image is going to be distorted just a little bit because they're not looking straight on, and the infrared. And again, this is just one of the ones that we put in color. But something that I saw that made it kind of stand out to me was, you know, this indentation on the upper lip of both of these guys. But I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know that that's not something painted on the guy on the right. Maybe, may not be. I still hadn't come to that conclusion yet or not. But we'll put the actual one of the actual images up that's not colorized, and we'll show this. I mean, we know the guy's got a long rap sheet, Mike. That's the thing about it. You know what I mean?
And wasn't some of the first reports were masked men?
There were 3 masked men. You talking about the 911 call?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a really good point that I do want to make is, you know, we all need to remember that a child made a 911 call that we covered about 3 masked men possibly breaking into cars that wasn't far away from Nancy's house as well. So
No, wasn't this case right here when it come out? Didn't they say that it was masked men who broke into the home?
oh, it may I don't know, maybe. I honestly did not hear that, but I'm not saying it didn't happen. I don't know.
I want to say that I had heard that on the day that it happened, and like I said, I only saw a 10 or 15 minute clip, but I wanted to say that it was and I could have dreamed it. I don't know, but I wanted to say that I had heard that it was 2 masked men.
Yeah. And, you know, I think that the 2 different images
Yeah.
are 2 different people.
Masked men were reported at first.
Okay. Interesting. That it makes it even more interesting to me. But again, I think that I think the images that we have of the guy allegedly on the 11th, I think that's a different guy. And again, we've got it up here. So I don't know. I mean, here, you know, maybe it could be this Alex guy, this Barnett guy. I don't know. Yes, it was announced as 3 masked men.
I thought it was.
Very ironic. Hair above the lip is the same. Yeah, that's kind of what I noticed as well. Could be 2 different perps in the same outfit.
Can you do me a favor?
I can try.
Do you have the sketch of the original sketch that came out of the unmasking
Our guy? Oh.
and put them
Our guy?
Yeah, and
Oh,
put them two
dude.
pictures up?
Yes, I can, but you're going to have to talk to him for a minute. Yeah, I can definitely do that. This may be interesting. This definitely may be interesting here. I didn't even
Now,
think. I didn't even think to do this, man.
You think about when we came out with
Dude, this
the
may
stuff
be really interesting.
that we put up.
Guys, this may be really interesting right here. That's a really good point. And we did this how many months ago, right? I mean, months ago we did this. And if I can find these images, I'll put them on a side by side, guys. And this may be very, very interesting for you guys to see. But
So some of them were saying that he's 6'2", is too tall. But do we know on the second picture, the guy that didn't come up on the porch, exactly how tall he would be?
5'10".
5'10".
No. So okay, so Rogers is 5'10". The guy that was arrested, he's 5'10". This guy's 6'2".
We're talking about this guy right here.
This guy's
Like,
6'2".
Do we know what that guy in the back is?
We don't.
Both 5'10"?
We have no idea. We have no idea on that one. All right. So I found the photo. Give me a second. Let me see what I can do here, guys, to work this out. So maybe read some of the chats and see what they're saying, Mike.
I mean, you would make me read the chats where it's over here or I'm behind.
These over here. Well, these are right. These are right on. You guys.
Barnett listed at 315, maybe 250-ish at store. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'll go and tell you, being in law enforcement and what they list themselves as and how tall they say is, they try to give law enforcement the biggest discrepancies ever. So if they get pulled over or if there's a bolo out or this, it's, hey, 6'2", blah, 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 and they give down the directions. If people are being looked, they will fluctuate in weight tremendously. It's kind of hard, in the height. But, if you think about somebody, I know a guy who lost like 11 pounds in 7 days, right?
Do you?
Everybody give Adam a big shout out. He lost 11 pounds this week. But you see what I'm saying? You can fluctuate, especially if you have a habit, or if you have, like, you can fluctuate weight in 30 days tremendously. So, I mean, and we're going on how long here?
Almost 7 months.
Yeah, the weight's not necessarily. Height is something that, you have a hard time changing. But I mean, they try to do it. They put, blocks in their shoes and this, that, and the other to say, hey, that's not me. Look, it's saying that guy's 5'10". I'm 6 foot. So
this is going to be kind of interesting here, guys. I want to bring this up, and this is
when I saw that picture, that's the first thing I thought of.
This is a good call, Mike. Really good call. So, guys, if you guys have been here with us for a while, you'll know that we put out a while back, could this be him? And I used a pretty advanced
it's very advanced.
We have
AI.
We have access to a pretty advanced AI system, and so I did my own rendering and own sketch of this guy. And if you guys have been with us, then you'll know what that sketch looks like. So let's check this out. This is pretty interesting, and that's a great call, Mike. I didn't even think of that. So I put these two together just now, and you guys I think you're going to be blown away by this. So let's look at this here. So on the left is the image of. On the left is the image.
You're welcome.
On the left is the image that we created, literally 5 months ago. I don't know, 4.5 months ago. And on the right is obviously the image of Rogers. So, ironically similar, guys. I don't know what you guys think about this, but very interesting. So the guy.
Now read the chat.
The guy on the left obviously is, like I said, we did a sketch of what we thought the unmasking would look like. Um, so it's interesting, but hey, it may not be anything, guys. But good call, Mike. I appreciate that. Okay, this is a WTF moment. We'll just let that sit in for a second. Interesting, very
When
interesting.
I saw that picture, that's the first that your rendering is the first thing that popped in my head. That's why I said I could give 80%. Because I'll go and tell you, if that picture would have looked anything else, like totally, I mean, whether than what it looks like now, I'd have been like Adam, like I'm not looking at another person behind a mask.
Yeah. Well,
And that's just me, because I'm sitting here like we've looked at so many.
yeah. Mommy Rolex says, "OMG, that would make this Christian old lady cuss dang crazy." Yeah, and again, maybe it may be the reason the guy's wearing the type of, because again, Sleuth did an amazing job the other night. He thinks he's identified the exact jacket. Okay, and it does have the neck goes up on it considerably, and it has a hood.
Well, I mean, you would see why.
That's what I'm saying. So maybe because this guy's got these tats on his neck, maybe that's why he bought something or had something particularly to cover that up. So, yeah, Sheila says, dun, 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 as JLR would say, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, who knows? We could be on to something, guys, but it could be nothing. I don't know.
There's a lot of could be nothings. But in the Nancy Guthrie case, everything means something, right? Like we've explored every option under the sun, and it's just trying to find plausible explanations, and there's a lot more plausible explanations. But to me, that looks more like the porch guy than anybody else I've seen.
Right.
The only thing with me is their walks are totally different.
Look at their ears, Mike. That's crazy.
To me, their walks, it's not their looks, it's that walk and that gait that has me going. That's my hold up on that.
Yeah. Wasn't that Monk's drawing based on facial features? Yeah, it was. And again, Monk's is awesome.
Drawing?
Monk's did an original rendering based on facial structure.
Yeah.
We love Monk's, does a great job, and he did an amazing job as well. So yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I think Monica asked what our email address was. If one of the mods, if you guys don't mind, actually. It's not when we go back to us, you'll see it on the banner down there at the bottom. So yeah, we'll leave that up there for a second. Again, it may be nothing, it may be something, but the main thing is, guys, we just want to find justice for.
So somebody asked about the teardrop, about them unaliving somebody. It depends on in some gangs it does, in some gangs it doesn't. So it just depends. In some, it's yes, they have unalived somebody. But in other cliques or gangs, it's they're crying for somebody that they have lost to the streets or whatever. And that's why. So depending on where your affiliation is basically what it means.
Yeah, but real quick, guys, we just
But the one thing to me is, and I don't mean to interrupt,
No,
the
go ahead.
one thing that sticks out in me is him having the A right there on his neck. So that's the Arizona, University of Arizona
yeah,
symbol, and a lot of affiliations will use the logo of the college to where they identify based off a chapter, based off of a location. So that's one of the very interesting tales to me. If he is affiliated with anything, that would be one of the first things that they would. Like in Florida, they use the U a lot. In Arizona, of course, they would use that. Texas would be more of like the longhorn symbol instead of the letter.
So real quick, guys, I just want to if you guys do pray, let's just say a prayer for this man's family. So unfortunate that his life was taken. I think it's 23 years old. So just say a prayer for him and for his family and his fiance. Thank God. I think the baby's okay. She was pregnant. She got shot in the shoulder, I think. So let's just pray for them. And let's just pray that they do find justice for this young man. So just such an unfortunate thing. It really is. But anyway, so somebody said if the guy didn't have tattoos, it would look exactly like him. Let's see what this does. Let's see if we can remove the tattoos real quick and see what that looks like. So let's read the chats a little bit, and then we'll bring some people up on the panel if you guys want to. If you guys want to join us for a little while, we'd love to talk to you guys, see what you guys think about what's going on.
Tonight might be the first night you see me doze off, bro.
Mike may lose it tonight, guys. I got faith in you, brother. I think you can do it. You're gonna get your second win here in a second. So, all right. So let's go to the chats. We're darn, my theory may change before bedtime tonight. You guys are throwing down tonight, she said. So sad he was such a young person. Yes, I agree. Tattoo could be new. So yeah, I mean, if we took the tattoos off, yeah, I mean, it resembles the guy. So,
and a lot of the thing is, I wouldn't take the tattoos off because that's what it is, right? The guy has the tattoos on him. We can explain away why we aren't able to see the tattoo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, guys, I put the link in the chat there if you guys want to come up and chop it up for a little while with us. We'd love to hear from you guys. And, again, thanks for everybody being here with us. We love seeing you guys. We love hanging out with you guys. So thank you so much for being here with us. If you have not hit that subscribe button yet, please make sure you hit the subscribe button and hit the like button, guys. Mods, let me know how many likes we have if you don't mind. Let me see what we let's set a goal. We've already achieved our first goal, thanks to you guys. So we appreciate that.
We achieved our last goal last week that we didn't think we would ever achieve.
I never thought we'd What's up, Inner Strength? Thanks for joining us. We appreciate you. Hey, Adam, Mike, and chat. What's up, Crystal? Mike, what do you think?
Mike, what do I think? What?
I don't know.
Oh, that you just always ask me, Mike. What do I think?
Oh, I do say that. Ram Jammer, thank you so much. We're at 1K. Okay, you guys hit that like button. There's like 1,400 of you in here or something. I don't know. I'd love to get to 1,250 guys. So it should be very, very easy for us to get to 1,250. So please, guys, if you'll hit that like button for us, we're trying to get to 1,250 now.
So that guy's homeless. They paid to get rid of the car.
Could be. Yeah, definitely could be. I don't know. I mean, I'm interested to see what comes out of this one. I really am. All right, guys, we got Maters and Taters in the backstage. So we'd love to have you guys up here with us. So love to have some new panelists as well. So if you guys are interested in coming up, come on up here. Hey, Miss Patricia.
Hey guys,
What's up, girl?
How are you?
how are you?
I'm good.
I'm fine as a frog. How are you doing?
How was your birthday yesterday?
I'm just glad you're okay. I was worried about you. We didn't see you last time.
Well, I was here. I was watching. I hit the like button and everything, but my phone got broke, so I couldn't text or nothing.
Oh, Lord.
Well, man, we were
Can
worried
you hear
about
me
you.
okay?
We can hear you fine.
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay. Yeah. I wanted to call, and I had me at steak tonight, and I put that rub on it. Man, you talking about good? That was really good.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, it's pretty good. We had a big event yesterday, Miss Patricia, that we went to, and so we were blessed to go, and we're partnered with a big store here in town, and so we had a big event yesterday, and it went well. So was able to move a lot of product yesterday. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We're gonna welcome in We Investigate. What's up, Wayne?
What's going on, y'all? How's it going?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Wake up, Mike.
Ooh, I'm struggling today.
I heard you, man. I said, man, he's about to run out of gas right here on live.
Oh, I ran out of gas when I walked in the door. You know when you like go and go and go? Well, I've been going and going. When I pulled up to Adam's house, I literally just sat in the truck and was just like,
Right.
I better
Yeah,
get
I
up
do.
before I fall asleep.
Sikorsky, love y'all brothers. Waffle House, thank you so much, Sikorsky. We love you. She's like our little
Waffle
sister.
House run. Waffle House run.
So Patricia, what do you think about this thing that's going on? Do you think these guys have anything to do with Nancy?
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's really possible. Because, I mean, the thing about it is, the only thing that I can't see is, the guy's got the tattoo at his eye. It looks like that maybe we could see something, with the tattoo, close to his eye, but I couldn't see it. I was looking for it.
Yes,
He could have
ma'am.
got those tattoos since the porch
Well,
incident.
if he just got them, it'd have been weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could have. I think that image that I have is actually one of his older mugshots. I think it's very difficult to find a current
Okay.
mugshot in Pima County
That's
nowadays.
all.
For some reason, I don't think that they put the mugshots up anymore, Mike. And I didn't. I thought it was public information. Real quick though, Jax, thank you for all you do from New Zealand. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. So yeah, I don't know. Wayne, what do you think? You think these guys have anything to do with this?
Hey, that guy looks really close to Porch Guy, man. I'm not even going to try to lie about that. He looks really close.
And
I
that's
was
the
kind of
closest. That's the closest I've seen. When he told me to look, and I'm like, Adam, you know how much I hate trying to
right.
put a guy behind a mask, this, that, and the other. But when I saw it, I didn't see mask. I saw the rendering of what he had done previous, and I was like,
Right.
them two look similar. And I'll be honest with you, the thing that popped in my head was they look similar as shit. Like it was.
Yeah, it came right
I'm
to
glad you
you.
I'm glad you thought about that, honestly.
Right. Most definitely. I was wanting to check out their shoes when they were walking in that store, see if they were anything close to that one image that we saw there on the 11th, and then also with the porch guy.
That's a good catch there. And welcome to the Patriot Pride family. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Yeah, that's a good catch, Wayne. I'm gonna go back and look at that as well because
Right.
that's
One thing it always, speaking of the incident at hand, the most recent incident, is anytime that I hear that somebody was unalived and somebody else just got like one particular, like a wound in the shoulder or something like that, I always think about, how you pay somebody to come in and take one person out and just rough the other person up to make it look like they're a victim too, when they're not really a victim.
Yes.
And I always think about like insurance money and a paid hit and that kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, I feel bad for the lady. Don't get me wrong, and she's pregnant and that kind of thing. So I'm not saying that she's involved in any kind of way, but that's the first thing that always comes to my mind is when somebody comes in and takes one person out, they don't usually leave that person right over there
to
tell the
talk.
story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Philip. We're gonna welcome Philip in. How you doing, Philip?
What's up, Philip?
It's good to see you, man. What you think about what's going on? You think these guys may have anything to do with Nancy? Can't really hear you, Philip.
I'm sorry. Is
There
that
you
better?
go. We got you. Yeah.
You sound amazing now.
Yeah, I was too far from the phone. The picture you have of the the assailant or whatever. Looks like he's balding.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got his hair combed down.
Hmm. And he definitely did. It's a good catch on your behalf. He definitely did in his court appearance. So as he
Right.
bends his head down, you can definitely see a patch on the top of his head. So that's a good catch.
Right. But like I said, it's could be and could not. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, nothing would surprise me at this point, honestly, guys. I can tell you that. But either way, I mean,
One
it's a terrible
one thing
situation.
they're one thing they're not above doing it.
Right.
Yeah,
So
okay,
there you
exactly. And I
go.
mean, they've established that pattern. So do you think? And I'll ask all of you guys this: do you think this was a targeted attack?
I think so.
Yeah, I believe it was. I
Patricia, what do you
mean,
think?
They got so much. They got so much going on down there. They ain't no telling. You don't know what's going on.
good point. They do have a lot going on there.
Well, one thing I
And I wasn't
noticed,
there a
one thing
casino there?
I noticed when we started doing this and started covering the case, and we were looking in the very beginning, we were running some kind of numbers, and to me, what stood out to me there was a statistic of like 500 or 5,000 and something robberies, like breaking and entering, and it to me it just seemed like huge a lot. I mean, it was a lot more than what would be normal with cases not being solved. And when you see this and they want to say, hey, we're treating this as a robbery and investigating it like it's a robbery, once they shoot somebody and that person is unalived, it's no longer a robbery case. It's a homicide case. And to me, the way he worded that, in not saying that civilian has any less than, a law enforcement, but that guy personally worked for him. It like he was under his command, and he goes, and her too, for that matter. And for him to say we're going to treat this as a robbery case, it doesn't sit well with me if I'm working for him. Does that make sense? If I'm going to go put my life on the line for him, and something was to happen, and it be, oh, we're going to treat this as a hit and run case. I got you got hit by a car or whatever, and it just be, hey, no, that person's unalive now. We're treating this as, and we're throwing the weight of everything we have behind it, and it just to me seemed like he didn't do that.
Right. Yeah.
Well, Mike, go ahead, Wayne.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I got a question. They put out on TV that they got all this ice and stuff going on. Why hadn't they hit Pima County? At least get some of this mess off the street.
That
That would help a lot.
that's a good question. That's a question I can't answer. I just don't know.
Should be on the way.
Charlotte says Mike knows his stuff for sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah, there's just so much. To me, there's so much going on in Pima County. I mean, it's
It said one worked for Nanos, one worked for Tucson. Okay.
okay. Interesting to know. And I'm still learning a lot about this as well. I'm just trying to
Right.
correlate anything that I can back to and see if there's anything that we can correlate back to Miss Nancy. That's the thing.
Yeah. And I remember it like coming in as because I think it was a lunch break during the trial I was covering. So we jumped on there with 857, and I believe he first had it as 3 masked men. I think we later found out there was 2. So just wondering if Is the guy that they're looking for, is he from Arizona as well? Do we know that?
I don't think they put out any information about the guy. I mean, they just have said that he's been located, and that's the only thing that they put on Pima County's X page.
You talking about, or are you
I mean,
talking about the guy that's on the motorcycle?
yeah, the guy that's on the motorcycle, is he from Arizona? Do we know that? Because he could have came there and hired both of the other guys, the homeless guy and then the other guy to drive that car that he just bought. Hey, drive me over here. I need to do something right quick. And then,
It's a good point. Yeah, it's a really good
Well,
point.
I think that's the reason why they let the other guy walk, just to see if they couldn't catch the main guy.
Yeah, and we don't know. Let's see. I believe it was Aaliyah's sister that said it was targeted, and they know it. Yeah. So Aaliyah is the young lady that got shot with her fiance, and so that was her name. Good
so
Lord! Wait a minute. Hold on, guys. Charlotte. Dang, Miss Charlotte. Thank you so much for your support. Good Lord.
I can't see.
Wow. Thank you so much, Charlotte. We appreciate your support. Dang. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Unbelievable.
nice. Very nice.
Yes.
Feels good to get support.
Man, everybody's so supportive, man.
Thank you, Miss Charlotte.
Right.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
I don't even know what I was saying at this point.
Nice.
The sister.
Very nice, Charlotte.
Aaliyah. Yes. So Aaliyah was the young lady's name that got shot. And so someone said, allegedly, the sister said that they knew that it was targeted.
So then,
Oh, really?
so then that would make you think, like, why? Well, first of all, let's say that it was targeted. How's the guy going to find the information? Granted, it's not hard, this, that, and the other, but you're gonna have to work and do some research, or somebody is going to have to work and do some research to find out. I heard that they were living in they'd been living in the house for about a year. It was a fairly new house, but one of the things that sticks out in my mind to make it, I mean, that looked to me like what I was watching. It looked more like a starter home type subdivision, right? Like, it's not, I mean, you're 23 years old, you're just recently married. It's not like you're going and it's $1 million house that you're going in to rob.
Let me pull this up. I'm going to cut you off. Hold that thought. I'm going to pull this up. You guys on the screen may not be able to see this in my StreamYard. If you have a different source, you will be able to see it, but everybody else will be able to see this, because I just want to give you guys a reference as to the location of where these things happen. I didn't mean to cut you off, Mike.
Oh, you good?
So let's go back here and look at this, and I want to show you guys exactly kind of the locations of where we're talking about here. So up top here is Nancy's house, okay? And then down here we've got the gas station where we saw the video, okay? So Carlos's neighborhood is about 15 miles from Nancy's house, okay? So I know it probably looks like a little ways, but it's only 15 miles to Nancy's house. And then the gas station is only just a couple of 3 miles away from Carlos's house. And so I want to show you the neighborhood here, Mike, so you guys know. I mean, to me, I don't see any random people just go into this neighborhood and finding this house.
Well, you see all the empty lots, and also it tells you that it's like has to be a subdivision that is in the process of being built in phases.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. Yeah.
And so, I mean, no offense to the people that are living that's not a Nancy subdivision.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, it almost would. So why would you automatically? And that's the issue I have. Is why would you automatically assume that it was a robbery?
Yeah.
And investigate it as a robbery? Like, what are they there to rob? What does that house have that the house 3 doors down?
Well, my point is, look at all of the houses you have to choose from right here.
Right.
I mean,
And
you've got
and
thousands of
and,
houses
And you
right
pick two law enforcement houses,
And you pick two law enforcement
to
houses.
do it. Like,
Yeah.
so to me, that just it doesn't. That's where it doesn't make sense in the fact of like, why not? Why that house? So
Yeah.
unless something was valuable inside that house,
That they just happen to know about.
right, through some inside information, like, I mean, it isn't like the guy's probably not an Escalade or something's not sitting out in their driveway, more or less, right? Like, there's nothing that's a telltale sign to go, hey, that guy's got something in his house worth having. For somebody to lose their life over. Does that make sense?
Perfect sense.
The people that they're involved with, that they're allegedly looking for, that have arrested, that they've located, maybe the located one, but they don't look. I mean, you're driving a 2020 Harley. He's probably not hurting. Like, he's not a crackhead,
You
right?
would
Like,
think
as
not.
far as the money wise, like, if you own a Harley, and I mean, just to keep it on the road is expensive.
Yeah, it is.
So
It definitely is.
so you're sitting there like, he has to have disposable income to not. So it's not like
Yeah.
I'm a crackhead just breaking into a house for opportunity. That's what we're looking at right here is not an opportunistic crime.
Yeah.
It is a thought out crime. It might be we go into the crimes of like why crimes happen. It could be a crime of passion. That guy's like, hey, I want to date his girl, blah, blah, blah. I can remove him, get him out of the way, whatever.
Don't do it.
But
Or it could be, and guys, I want to get your opinion on the panel here. It could be somebody that's inside, right? And they want this guy to do a job for them because of, something that this guy or did to them in the past. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah,
they're
there's
in the
a
same-
revenge plot.
If they're in the same organization, you know what I'm saying? He could have put a hit out. I mean, we don't know. There's a lot of different things that could happen.
Yeah, there's only one scenario that I can see. Not to interrupt or anything.
Oh,
No.
We're going to look
Is-
at the totality of the circumstances, and I think me and you are right on the same thing, Wayne. Go ahead. I want to see if I agree.
Not that I believe this, but let's just play devil's advocate for just a minute. And the only thing that throws me off with this kind of theory or thinking is, a couple of things. One, that he has that motorcycle, and that they had another vehicle that evidently was just purchased, like from Facebook Marketplace or something, for cash, like the day before or something like that. I can foresee, because I heard there's a casino in the area, so let's just say they go to the casino, they lose a lot of money, they come out of the casino, they're riding around, maybe they're drinking, they're doing, little something, and they're just riding around looking for somebody, and the guy happened to come out of his house to go crank his truck to go to work. They spot that guy, just because he just came out of the door, and then he's like, stop right here, and he just jumps out of the car and he runs over there, and the guy tries to run back in, and he just unalives him. Gets what he can get, and they get the hell out of there.
I mean,
not that I believe.
that could be the only thing I have with that is there in me that's definitely a plausible. You're under the influence, and you're seeing things. Being on a certain type of drug or whatever.
Right.
The thing
Couple
would
of
be
days
that
binge.
the thing would
2 or
be
3 day binge.
say what, Bub?
Like a 2 or 3 day binger.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They've been up for 2 or 3 days.
Real quick, I want to say, what's up, Courtney? Thanks for being here tonight.
One of the one thing that sticks to into my head, and I said I wasn't going to go down a theory, but I'm looking at like what would to unalive somebody randomly is, I mean,
Pretty rare.
yeah, and to just go, hey, let's go get him, right? Like, could it have been a gang initiative?
And both of them being law enforcement officers.
Yeah, like. The thing to me is most criminals don't want to associate with law enforcement. So
Right.
they know, what are they afraid of? During the commission of a crime, what is a criminal's biggest fear? Cops
caught.
being
Getting
called.
caught, yeah.
So we're gonna go to them. Like
Exa- yeah.
that to me that's the hard question of like
Well,
when
with that theory, it's saying that they didn't even know that it was a police officer. It just happened to be a guy coming out the door,
Very
to go crank
difficult
his
for me to
truck
believe that.
to go to work that day, and because his truck was running in the driveway.
now
by the
I
way.
could see this. I
probably
could
didn't know that.
honestly see this. The guys are kind of they went to the casino. They're drinking blah blah blah, and they see him walk out and they recognize that he is as a deputy, and they're like, oh hell, here's the time to get my revenge. I could see that going down like, hey, he used to be an asshole to me when I was in prison. Oh, now I can tell you a story. My grandfather was a correctional officer for the state in the state of Georgia. He worked in the highest levels of, he worked death row, he worked, the max security, and where he was, actually the movie The Longest Yard was filmed. So,
Really?
yes, and so the original Longest Yard. And he was actually in the movie. He's one of the guys walking down the corridor. But he told me a story when I first got into law enforcement, and he said, always treat them with respect because you don't know when they're going to get out. And
It's true.
so, long story short, my grandfather lived in South Georgia. He had a tire pop going down a dirt road, and so it was him and my grandma. They get out. He's getting ready to change it. Group of guys pull up, and they pass him. They turn back around, and they were getting out of the vehicle. Grandfather thinks that they're gonna, kind of help him, and my grandfather immediately recognizes them. They recognize him. He recognizes them, and they actually helped my grandfather change the tire. They had been there was 4 of them that had been in prison that he was in, and he worked their block, and they literally told him after they helped change the tire, he said, our whole intent was to turn around, kill you, unalive you, and take your wife. And he said the reason we didn't was because of the respect you showed us when we were in prison.
Wow.
And he's like, that's the only thing that ever saved your life. He said the people in prison might not always be in prison, and they remember respect, and that's what they go on. So if you're thinking about, and everything in that world is all about respect, and you can respect will go a long way. It won't take you all the way, but my grandfather always said, hey, just because you in there right now, and just because they in there right now, they might not always be in there. So when you said that, it clicked like, okay, they got out, and they were like, oh, that's so-and-so. And then they've been on a binge, not thinking straight, and then that happened. So I could get down with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Philip, if you had to say your main theory and what's going on with this particular case here, what do you think's going on with these with these guys? And you're on mute, by the way. Hold on. Let me unmute you, Philip. Let me see if I can unmute you. Okay. I got you. So what do you think's going on with this case? With this young police officer?
First, I would like to know what the timeline is of when the guys got out of prison, if they were already in prison, and with the young correction officer, how long he had been working. We need to find that out first, I would think.
Well, I can tell you
Wouldn't we?
I can tell you in most circumstances, if he's working for I can tell you around here. I don't know about there, but if you're working for a sheriff's office, you have to do a certain amount of time before they will send you to the academy.
Understand?
So most of the time around here, it's a 2-year process, right? So you go work in the jail for 2 years. Once that 2 years is up, you will be put on a list, and it would be based off of that order. The one question that I would have for it to kind of be more like, they send our deputies. I got sent to a regional training center where other sheriff's deputies, or they graduate from a area school. I don't know if Pima County or Tucson has their own academy. Some big agencies have their own academy that you go through their academy and they're post certified. So, with that being said, my first thought, and that's a great question, Philip, and my first thought would be a 2-year. You got to be in the jail for 2 years, and you sign that contract. I'm in the jail for 2 years. We send you to the academy, you graduate, and then you give me 2 more years. And so almost like it's a college degree, and it's a 4-year commitment. And then you are allowed to move on without having to pay back.
Okay, the guy on the Harley, when did he get out of jail or prison?
It's a good question. So Jody says yes, he worked at corrections when they were there. So
Okay.
allegedly, possibly, they crossed paths that way somehow.
And I'll go and tell you, you will usually, in a fairly bigger correctional facility, you will usually get swapped up and moved around throughout the correctional facility, so you don't get, I don't want to say attached, you don't get comfortable and so you're always changing up, so they don't they have a harder time persuading you and getting comfortable with who's in there. So you might be on a 3-week oversight in pod A and then move to pod B at a certain time. So if they were there for any certain amount of time, they've had to have crossed paths.
So allegedly, and again, this is just allegedly, Rogers was released in 23, and Barnett was released in November of 25. That's just what I'm getting from the chat. So,
have y'all heard of the Austin Drummond case in Tennessee?
No, sir, I haven't.
So.
This guy was out on parole or something like that, and he got caught up with he had been I guess having people take stuff into the prison. They were using drones to drop stuff off in the prison, and he supposedly unalived like 3 or 4 of the people, and which they've caught him, and he's on trial right now. And I'm just wondering if this was something to do with this guy who was possibly taking stuff into the prison or something, or he wanted them to, and he didn't, and the deal went bad.
Definitely. It could be anything. And, when you're in that life, guys, when you're in that criminal life, the unfortunate thing is it could be something so simple. It could be something that you wouldn't even think about that pissed these guys off, or, rubbed them the wrong way. And they, some people just don't value life, unfortunately. And it's just such an unfortunate thing. Jody Lynn, a member for 1 month, Platinum. Thank you so much, Jody Lynn. We appreciate you. And so I'm going to drop the link one more time, guys. I'd love for anybody to come up. We'd love to have some more on the panel if you guys want to talk. Anybody that's new, we'd love to have you, Nikki or Sikorsky, or anybody new that would love to come up. Well, we'd love to have you and talk for a little while. But we've got a great conversation going on right now. So Oh,
Platinum.
wow. I don't
Look,
know.
Boomer's in the
I
house.
know, guys. You got to give me 1 second here. This is we have a celebrity, guys. So
Uh-oh.
give me just 1 second, and
Hmm.
I'm going to welcome next to the stage. We got Boomer in the house, guys.
Hey,
Boomer,
Boomer.
Hey,
what's going
Boomer.
on?
What's good, Boomer?
yeah,
How are you doing tonight, sir?
I want
Can
one
you
of
hear
them
us?
hats.
Can you hear us, Boomer?
Me too.
yeah, I can hear you.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing just fine.
Thank
I'm
you.
awake.
Th- Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. We're honored to have you here.
Absolutely.
So
Good to
what do
see
you
you.
think? What do you think about this thing? I saw some of your comments there. So, what do you think's going on here? You think it's kind of a revenge thing as well? Can you hear me, Boomer?
Yeah, I can hear you. I got this echo going on. Let me hold on a second.
That's okay. Yeah, take your time, man.
It's
Nice
pretty cool.
cheer.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Let me
Everybody's
get
in the
that cheer.
chat shouting out, "Boomer, Boomer!"
Boomer.
Well, what I think is it's a targeted attack and it's personal. Has to do with the person. Yeah, I hear you.
Boomer, you might be on a little bit of a delay, buddy.
See, StreamYard, listening on
Hold on a
StreamYard.
second.
If you can hear me, just listen through StreamYard and not through YouTube.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Can you hear us?
All right. I eliminated. I had this other screen with you guys going, and that was causing the problem.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good now.
Okay. So what I think is it's a targeted attack based on personal thing. You know, whether it's a woman or whether other guys were talking about something happening in in jail where made some enemies or something. But this is not a robbery gone bad or anything. This is personal. My opinion. Okay, my
Right.
opinion.
Yeah, I totally
Alleged.
agree. I mean, we always talk about coincidental things, and I don't know if you saw me pull that visual up about the location of that property. I mean,
Yeah,
to have two law enforcement officers, in my opinion, targeted. That there's no way this can be random when you've got thousands of houses around there. Um, it has to be, in my opinion, like Mike said, and you can piggyback off Mike. They had to cross paths, right? They had to. Somebody had to rub somebody the wrong way.
sure.
Heaven forbid. We don't want to look into the relationship type of thing, but it happens, guys. I mean, those things happen. I mean, it. We don't want to think that,
And
but
it truly happens more than you think. Um, it's
It is about the disrespect. Mike was talking about that. I'm telling you, in some cultures, the disking somebody, disrespect them is worse than anything you can do.
and
So,
and especially in prison and jail, right? Because they have to live
exactly.
there.
Oh yeah,
And when a deputy or a correctional officer leaves, them people are still there. And when the biggest issue was, it was more about them going, "Oh, you let that pig dish you." Well, if you let a pig dish you, then now
yeah,
they're gonna dish you,
yeah.
and then you become it's just living in, you become their bitch, and then that's how that works, and
That's
it's
right.
so
That's exactly right.
it you hear that story. If you ever have to go, you go walk up and you pick the biggest guy and you hit him. No, that doesn't happen. You you literally find your clicks and you stay with your clicks and you're in number like it there. But I mean, there's assigned seating without being assigned seating. They police themselves, and for the most part, if you'll show them respect, they'll show you respect and be like, "Hey, I'm just treating it as a job." But remember, we go back to them three. There's three types of law enforcement officers, right? You have the bully who was bullied. You have the guy who was bullied in school and now has a little bit of power, and they're like, hey, let me show you. And then you have the cops that truly want to make a difference, and them are
Right.
the ones who take, you know, I don't want to say it's few and far between, but they're the ones who have to deal with coming from both sides, going, hey, that's a pig, or that's a cop, or that. Hey, I'm trying to do my job, and I'm trying to serve the people, and you letting the few outliers who make the most noise of, I'm Billy Badass and I got a cop and I'm this and I'm that. And I'm sure you experienced that as well, Boom. Like, it is what it is, and you have to have that guy's back that is the bully, and you have to have the other guy's back, because that's your team. You might not necessarily agree with them, and you can put them in check at a later date, but you can't check them right then. And
Right.
they come in and, hey, I'm not saying that this guy saw them as a beneath them or this, that, and the other, but just remember, it's almost like them keyboard warriors. They're big talking when they're on the keyboard, but then they're
Exactly.
crickets when you're there. And I could see how it could be targeted in the way of, they just happened to be by and they recognized them out on the street, and was like, hey, this is, we can get him now. But I can also see that it was somebody in the jail or in the prison, and they go, hey, this guy crossed the line, he disrespected whatever, this, that, and the other. I put a green light on him.
Yeah. It has to do something like that. The story you're telling about your grandfather is so true. You know, if you treat people right and you respect everybody, no matter what the situation is, no matter what ethnic group they're from or whatever, you're a lot better off. I mean, you know, first off, that's back to the biblical principles of treat people the way you want to be treated. You know, do
Amen.
unto others as you want to be done unto you. So that's the way I always worked, and it works. It worked well in those communities where normally the white man doesn't get along real well. But best thing you can do is talk to them and treat them just like you would anybody else, and they'll treat you back nice too. You know.
That's right.
So
And
I don't know, but I think it's targeted, and this could be a lot of. When they get to the end of this, they'll figure it out, and it's going to be connected probably to the guy's prison time, and or the employment of the different people. That did you see a picture of that kid? He was
yeah,
nice looking, innocent kid. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree. Hmm.
Guys, I want to welcome in Sikorsky. What's up, Sikorsky?
What
Thanks,
up?
Corky.
How y'all doing?
doing good.
How are you doing tonight?
Korsky.
How are you doing tonight?
Just hanging. How y'all doing?
Hey, we're great now that you're here with us.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Boomer, I mean, and Wayne, and Miss Maters and Taters. I mean, what else could you
Maters
want
and
tonight?
You know, it
You
was
got it all.
Maters and Tater's birthday yesterday.
Yeah,
I know. We
Yeah.
wished her a
Happy
happy
birthday,
birthday.
Patricia.
So, Sikorsky, what do you think's going on with this case? Have you looked into it much?
No, I have not. Right, to be honest with you.
Okay. So basically, there were two law enforcement officers, a man and a woman, 23 years old, I think each. They were engaged, and these two guys, they went in and unalived the man, shot the female. She's pregnant. She survived, thank God. The baby survived, and they both. So she was a correctional officer. He was ex-correctional officer and was about to go into, I guess, a deputy. Mike, is that what it was?
it had been he was in the academy,
Yeah.
gonna graduate.
So we're just looking into some things. We looked at some pictures about,
Mm-hmm.
could the guy possibly, have any resemblance of the porch guy and things like that. So you'll have to go back and watch it sometime. So
Yeah.
He does. He looks like the porch guy.
Adam, you did a great job on putting all that together, by the way. And I know how hard that stuff is. You got to spend a
Right.
lot of time doing that.
well, thank you so
I'm
much,
with you,
Boomer.
buddy.
I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
it's really
That
nice.
means a lot coming from him.
It means a lot coming from you. Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Patricia, what's on your mind? What do you think?
Well, I don't know if you're going to hear what I think.
I always want to hear
Let's
what you
hear it.
think. Let's do it.
All right. Well, I was gonna ask Mike the question about how long would this boy have to be working before he could get promoted, and so he done 2 years. Well, that seems like he would be in there long enough to know what was really going on in the sheriff's department, where Barney Fife's at. Maybe he has some trash on old Barney Fife,
Well,
and you know what I'm saying?
I don't know how they run theirs, but a lot of the times, and I'm not saying yes or
Maybe
no.
he seen something going on he wasn't supposed to see.
Possibly. But one of the big things is if you're working in the jail per se, you don't really have the same uh, access to like the sheriff as you would the road deputies that would have access to the sheriff. Usually, you'll have like a colonel or a captain that you would kind of answer to, and you have the jail that's broken up in one side, and then you have the sheriff's deputies and the road deputies that are on the other, with transport and this that, and the other. So it would be, uh, wouldn't you say, Boomer? It's not the same. You don't have the same access, and he's not yet a deputy, so there's some things that he's a correctional officer and he's getting ready to graduate. I don't know if he would have that same type of access to be able to run in the circles for him to find something out on the sheriff.
No, that would be highly unusual, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just
Well,
think
I don't know. This little boy, I mean, he's awful little to be picking on these dudes if
Yeah.
they was in jail. I mean, I don't think that he would be disrespectful or anything. I mean, he had to have seen something or knew something that was going on for them to just come in there and take him out like that.
Well, could it be? Could it be the woman?
I,
One of the.
No,
We don't know
I
what the
don't think it.
connection is. We don't know.
I don't.
Is there any connection between these two suspects and her?
so. Miss Patricia, I believe me, I'm one that does not want to go down that road. But I've researched a lot of this before, and
Uh
there
huh.
there are so many. I'm not going to say relationships, but there's so many things that go on inside of jail
Oh, I know
cells.
what you're talking. I know what you're talking about. It does happen. I mean, where the the woman gets involved with the inmate or whatever. I understand that. But this woman was pregnant, and they hadn't been married that long.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, you never know. It,
So you don't.
there's so many things that go on behind closed doors. We just don't know. But all I do know is this. If you saw the visual I pulled up, I just don't see how this could be a random thing. I mean, most people that want to burglarize a home are not, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, could be different out there. Could be just different type of geography. But I know people around here are not going to hit up. They're just usually not going to hit up the subdivision, right, Mike? I mean,
No.
if you want to go burglarize a home, keyword being burglarize, you're going to find a house that sits out by itself somewhere that people are not going to be around, and you're going to wait for them to not be at home. You know, you're not going to wait
Well,
for.
you gonna pick the house that's got the most money, wouldn't you
I
say?
mean, common sense would tell you drive 15 miles down the road and you got $1 million homes, and we're
There
gonna
you go.
you're gonna
You
so that to me makes it feel targeted. Like,
yeah.
the only way I can see that they didn't think that it was
I
involved.
mean, we all know that old Barney Fife's got a gambling problem. You know,
Allegedly.
who's to say that he did? Well, who's to say that he didn't meet these guys in a casino somewhere? You know what I'm saying?
Which guys you talking
With
about? These the
the
criminals?
the guys that yeah.
She wants to pin everything on him. I love it. It's like how can we
Well, you
pin
have
him
to
on it?
admit this. This guy has been down there in Tucson so long, his brain is done fried up like a raisin. He can't even think straight.
That might been
We're gonna
that
have
might
to.
be the smartest thing I've heard
I
all
think that's
day.
right.
Like
Yeah,
literally,
yeah,
that might be the smartest thing I've heard all day long.
right.
I
Well,
mean,
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna have to get him out there one way or the other. And it. I mean, we done looked at Materhead having ties to the band thing and all this stuff. Why not look at Barney Fife having ties to these gang things? I mean, people on motorcycles, when they go to places like that, they do bike rallies and stuff like that. Well, where do they go when they go on these bike rallies? They go to casinos and they go to hotels. They go to bars and stuff like that. Who's not to say that Barney didn't run into these people?
yeah, he possibly
I'm
he
just
could.
saying.
What would be and so you're saying the benefit of him running into them people, the reason this guy was kind of unalived was because he knew something on Barney?
On Barney, yeah. He was in there long enough to find out what was going on if he could have got in there, if he was around all that. Barney Fife, he's got his nose stuck into everything. He's wanting credit for everything. So why not?
Yeah, I mean,
I mean,
well, here's the thing though, and I get what you're saying, Patricia. He's definitely a few cards short, but here's the thing. Um, I don't think he's that dumb to put himself in that much. Um, what do you? I don't think he would get
Hard,
involved
I
with,
hard.
street level thugs
I
to that nature, in my
yeah,
opinion.
there would always in there would if that's the case, and there we're in Georgia, right? And there's been a lot of uh, in the bigger Atlanta areas. There's been a lot of in the past a lot of criminal activities that come from sheriffs. You can Google it. You can look
True.
it up. Like
Oh yeah.
we've had a couple of sheriffs that have done are doing life sentences or did life sentences before they passed away.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
it's not too. I mean, it's not too hard to sit there and go, well, it happened in this county in Atlanta, Georgia. Um, and it was. I mean, I'm talking about what they did prison time for was a murder for hire, trying to target the opponent who was running against the sheriff.
Right.
So it's, I mean, it's plausible for them to do stuff because I've seen it and
mhm.
it's happened here where we're at. Um, but at the same time, he never went directly and did it. He had 3 or 4 connections or people away from him that did it. And it ended up being criminal activity, gang affiliations that actually did the stuff. So I can see that. I just don't think it would be for somebody that's not even graduated from the academy yet. It would be something as a bigger threat
Well,
than
maybe he was somebody he couldn't trust to keep it a secret.
if it was somebody that he didn't trust, I don't think he would be allowed to let him in his inner circle. I'm just saying, like it would be like this, and I'm going to break it down into sports because that's what I know, and it would be like the owner of a major league baseball organization worried about a single A or a double A prospect, worry like having information on them, right? Like they're not a lion's not worried about what a sheep is doing. And I'm not saying that this guy's a sheep. I'm just saying like this guy is kind of on the bottom end of the round. He's not concerned about that, and he's not going to have access or clearance to get in and get close enough to Nanos to find out anything. I mean, it's just not gonna happen, in my opinion.
Let's-
Wouldn't you say, Boomer?
I think you're absolutely right, Mike. I totally agree with you.
Let's
Yeah,
welcome
and I
in.
think there was the.
Let's
Oh,
welcome
go
in
ahead.
Miss Nikki. How are you doing, Nikki? You're on mute.
You says your mic's muted. There you go.
My mic is not muted
Okay.
Hey, Miss
anymore.
Nikki.
Hey, Nikki.
Hey, Miss Nikki.
Hello,
Hey,
Nikki.
beautiful.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Can I please say happy birthday to you? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Miss Patricia. Maters and taters, happy birthday to you.
Nice.
Thank you, Miss Nikki. I
I
love
love you,
you.
Patricia. I love you, Miss Patricia. Happy birthday.
I just
Oh,
had a
Thank
sip of orange
I'm
you.
juice.
sure you got a better song than what I gave you, but I tried.
nope. I don't think so.
It's beautiful.
No,
I
that
tried.
was the best right there.
Hi,
Absolutely.
Boomer.
Hello. How
Nikki,
you
do you
How
doing?
are
Nice
you
to
doing?
meet you.
I'm
I
a
don't
fan
think
of yours. Nice to see you on here. I think that a
uh,
lot of stuff you say makes a lot of sense.
and we want to
well, I hope
welcome
so,
in.
but I'm sure I'm not right about everything.
No, I know we're not perfect, but we're close to it, right, Boomer?
We try to be.
We want to welcome
Hi,
in
Wee.
Nikki as well. I
Hey,
mean,
Nikki.
Misty as well. Hey, Misty.
Hey,
Hi,
Hey guys.
Misty.
Misty.
Yes,
Hey
Steve.
Nikki. Happy
Good to
birthday,
see you.
Patricia. I know it's yesterday, but happy birthday. You
Your
don't want
Thank
me
you,
birthday.
you do not want
everybody,
me
for the
you don't want me to sing it.
thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you.
I
You're
feel honored
welcome.
to be on
Very
panel with
welcome,
Boomer.
and many, many more.
I
We're
know
not
it.
going to ask you how old you are now.
She's
29.
21 and
I
she's
ain't
21 and holding.
Oh,
Nice.
okay.
Nice.
Real quick, I do want to say this, guys. Hey, if you guys have
I
not
love you, Nikki.
gone over and check out Boomer, you got to go over and see what he's doing. He is doing an amazing job. How many years experience you got, Boomer?
I had 30 years in law enforcement. I had another 7 years of private investigator.
Oh,
So,
The amount of knowledge that
awesome.
Boomer has is
He's like,
off the charts, guys. So please go over and sub up to Boomer. He is an amazing guy. Like I said, his level of knowledge is second to none. So it's an honor
Mm-hmm.
for him to be here, and you guys go and sub up to him.
Yeah, like I said, I feel honored to be on panel with Boomer up here.
you're just too
Yes.
nice. The reason
I
I hadn't
know,
come on,
right?
What was that,
reason I
Boomer?
hadn't come
I do
on before is
anyway.
y'all were on so late.
right?
I'm way past my bedtime already.
I love
I
your
couldn't
hat.
pass it up. I saw what you were going to cover tonight, and
Hey, Boomer, when you forget your name, you can just take your hat off and look at it.
yeah.
Hey,
Mike,
I might have to get me one. Do you sell them hats, Boomer?
Not yet.
Hey, when you do, let me know. I'm going to order one.
I already had some other people asking me for it.
I will too. I will too.
You definitely
Yeah.
should get some made up, Boomer. We'll help you get them out there.
I have to figure out one of them merch shops or whatever it is y'all do with all that stuff.
Yeah,
We'll
me too.
we'll get
I
together,
gotta figure
Boomer.
it out.
We'll get together.
Mike.
Misty, what do you think's going on here?
All allegedly, but
Yep.
I think it's targeted. I honestly think that it is connected between NG and Nanos. And I believe maybe somebody knew something that they were not supposed to know and they were willing to talk. So he got rid of them.
Mm,
Now,
Y'all know I'm blunt. That's just my
I
opinion.
love it.
Dun, dun, dun. You lined up with
There's a
Patricia.
lot of opinions out there.
Well, let me ask y'all something. Have y'all seen the show that what's her name? Banfield did on Nanos?
Ashley
She was
Banfield.
talking. Yeah, she was talking about that. The detectives down there, they can't do nothing without Nanos okaying anything.
Sure.
So if he's that tight with the sheriff's office, how come he can't be that tight with with the guards?
it's just, it's very rare that a, a sheriff, especially of that big of an area, they're gonna push the public, right? Because it's an elected he's an elected official. They're gonna push the cars and the road deputies and the K9s and the this. You don't really want to push the opposite of that. We want, hey, law enforcement's here to protect and serve. They don't want to push who's taking care of the inmates. It's almost like the guys that work in the jail are almost like the redheaded stepchildren
Exactly.
in most departments, and that's just the truth. It's you got to do your time in the minors, even with deputies that work in the jail. Like you would hear like, well, you ain't on the roads, you don't know, right? Like you're just in that's kind of, you got the A League and you got the B League, and the B League is more.
So they're easier to replace.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say easier
Yeah.
to. I wouldn't say easier to replace. I would say more on the lines of like they're gonna have to prove their time, and like they just don't have the same access. They don't
run in the same rings.
Yeah,
Patricia.
they don't have the same circles.
Yeah.
Now,
That's the way.
I
Yep.
could get down with what you're saying, Miss Patricia, under circumstances of, hey, he's working in the jail. It would just have to be when he was there. Hey, if it's connected, hey, he might have overheard something. He might have been asking questions in something to that case, because it's called jailhouse gossip, and a lot of deputies that are working back there, they know and they hear and they catch notes, and they do some investigative type of work behind the scenes, and it could have been, hey, he's passing a note out going, hey, I know something on this case, or not even this case, just another case, and they're like, hey, we got to eliminate this situation because he knows, or he talked, or somebody talked to him. And I could see it going down that way, but as far as coming from the top to I couldn't see that. I would see it more on somebody in the prison talking.
Yeah, Nikki, what do you think? What do you think about this case?
I think it's all relevant.
Yeah.
I think that this is a mess, and I think that it is something to be said about them shooting a pregnant woman.
Yeah,
It's
pretty
just
ruthless.
something about that to me. That's like crossing so many lines, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
And so that again, that to me, that tells me there's more behind it. There's something
Absolutely.
backing this up. You know what I mean? If you see a woman is pregnant, you've got to have
Adam.
something
And I
driving
love
you.
what Mike said about the respect. He's absolutely correct. He's so correct about the respect. And the one thing that I have a problem with is that some of the police, by them taking off protect and serve, and it makes the COs not protect and serve either, right? It's kind of a trickle down theory. And when the cars stopped carrying it on their cars, I was probably one of the first people to notice. And I said, they're not protecting and serving us anymore. And I had a problem with that, and I thought it's going to just trickle down to the rest of LE, and they're all not going to respect and serve us anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Does that make sense? I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
No,
You're good.
No,
makes perfect sense.
Absolutely.
it makes sense.
Do we know what jail that he worked at by any chance?
It's really sad. You know what I mean? When we have those situations, and I know, Mike, you were in law enforcement, and you are law enforcement as far as I'm concerned. And
It's been a
I
long
just
time
really
since I've been in law
I
enforcement.
appreciated everything you did, and I just adore you. And I think that I'm grateful for having you out there on the streets when you were out there.
Well, thank you.
And I'm glad you made it home.
I need to make a little announcement, guys, so bear with me a second. All right, guys, so if y'all have been here with me for a while, you know how we do it here. So we're not going to put up with any BS in the chat. So let's all hug, kiss, and make up, and let's enjoy being here with each other tonight, or we'll go a different direction. So anyway, we're back. So yeah, I mean it's all. Christian, I see you in the back, man. We'll get you in just 1 second. I'm going to rotate some people in and out. So yeah. So Nikki, let me ask you this real quick. I wasn't able to ask you, and Misty as well. And I don't think I asked Boomer either. Do you guys think this has anything at all to do, or could potentially have anything to do with the Nancy case?
Yeah.
I don't think so, but
Yeah.
tell me how.
There might have been knowledge, and I don't know
Knowledge
yet,
of what?
but knowledge of what was going on. And I think that a lot of people on, I don't know how to say it, like not underground people, but people that know that what's going on in their cities and stuff. There's a lot of people like that. And I think there might be a connection that way, in the like down low underground type of a connection with the music and the clubs and all that might tie in, because it's a young couple.
Can I ask a
That's
question?
all.
Yes, Misty. What do you think?
Is Kayla Day still incarcerated? Isn't that her name?
Yeah.
Yes, she is.
I believe so.
And y'all may not know this, but were they correction officers where she is?
I don't know the answer to that. I would like to know the answer.
I would.
Where
That's a great question. I mean, I would assume so.
Look at Misty.
Look, I know.
She coming out with. I see
that's
you.
coming out hot.
I mean, I would assume so because, I mean,
A little scrappy.
I'd
My
have
only
to.
question is, what if somebody said something to somebody, they said something to somebody, even if it's, and back to what Boomer said, like, I don't know if it's the same situation, but what if it is related to his fiance? She heard something and they had to get rid of it
Think about
because
this
it
for
was going
now.
to get out. Sorry, go
And
ahead.
Think about this for now. I don't know if you know, seen the interview room. The McDonoughs have done a bunch of work on all these deaths that have happened in the jail, in the jail system over there.
Yes, sir.
It's an enormous amount of lives that have died, people that have died.
Yep.
It's possible this kid or they know something there that's going to be trouble for the sheriff. Now that's the way I would connect that.
Yeah.
As far as the Guthrie case, I don't know how you can make that connection necessarily, but anyway.
Yeah, no,
I
that's a
definitely
great
could get
point.
down that
That's
with Boomer on that one.
That's
like,
a great point. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
and
why I
I
wanted to
mean,
know.
it's to the point of like it's almost an epidemic of how many people have passed away,
Right.
in custody.
Something's wrong there, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
And if this kid or the girl had witnessed something, and maybe we don't know, they haven't been interviewed by someone and they said things that's going to implicate whatever. So if you want a conspiracy theory, that's the best one I can think of.
They didn't do a good job of eliminating her because they only got her in the shoulder. So
I just feel like Tucson is big, but Tucson is also small.
Yeah.
And it's like being from Portland to Oregon. You know everything that's going on here. So that's what I meant by the connection, Boomer, is that I feel like there might be a club connection or something like that, just because of the age.
It could. Now, you think the sheriff's going to investigate that very hard?
Not this sheriff.
No, sir. I don't think he's going to investigate very hard
It's
anymore.
a robbery, don't you know? It's a robbery.
Yeah.
Yep.
Real quick, let me
It's a robbery.
He's a criminal himself. I'll say it 10 times over.
Yeah, good point. Real quick, let me read this. Carla, thank you so much for your support. Motorcycle guy has fraud charges for passing bad checks at the gym show. Oh, wow. Wow. The old guy photo floating around is into gems and jewelry. Gym guy next door to Nancy. I'm starting to think maybe they hit the wrong house.
Could be. I mean, that could be something. Now, who takes a
That
check?
theory's been
at a gym
around
show?
since the beginning. But
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, we did a piece on they hit the wrong house about 4 months ago. But
Yeah.
now these guys maybe. I don't know. I mean, there's so much that could be involved, guys. Nothing would surprise me at this
My
point.
mind just blows like literally every time something.
So are
Yeah,
they saying the wrong house for these two the other day? They were meaning to hit the Jim house next to
Nancy.
house next to Nancy.
Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
think so. Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
What it
Do I
looks like.
have to bring up the gentleman that's paralyzed from here down because of the, he tried to get help from them and they came and shot him.
The Pima County.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that case, but I did hear about it. Yeah,
My God.
Wow.
What is going on? in
Seems
Phoenix?
like someone always comes up shot or gone or missing. You know, it's a very confusing in that city.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Pretty
certainly.
scary.
could be. Some of these things could be. There's got to be answers to some of this stuff.
I just
But you
want to
know,
know who takes the check.
this on these police officers or cadets, whatever. This is about as random as Nancy Guthrie was random.
Right.
You know, Nancy
Yeah.
Guthrie was not random, and this isn't random. There's a
Exactly.
reason behind it. Now, what the reason is, I don't know.
And initially we heard that in, with NG that they hit, it was the wrong house.
Yeah, I heard that too because the gym guy who has tons, I mean, a lot of money invested in all that stuff.
Mhm.
He lived right next door,
Yeah, and he
right
actually.
next door.
Yes, sir.
And
And
matter
I
of
don't
fact,
re-
you know I think Sleuth did something. He was showing all this stuff. You remember when they were poking around in the septic tanks? You know, and that
Mhm.
was the gym guy's septic tank. Actually, that
really.
wasn't Nancy Guthrie's septic tank.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Her
Interesting.
septic, she's got two. They're located in different locations, but that where they were poking that PVC pipe down in there or whatever they were doing, that wasn't on Nancy's property.
Interesting. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And he also keeps. I mean, he keeps those gyms there at his house, Boomer.
I know he's got a big like bunker or something, or he's
Yes, sir.
a safe door and everything else.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, there's so many theories that could be plausible.
But let's say you hit the wrong house. So why do you go in there and kill a woman and take her out?
Yep.
That doesn't make sense to me. If you hit the
Right.
wrong house, you hit the wrong house. You leave.
Mhm.
Well, the one thing that makes me kind of think that this case is not necessarily related. Now, granted,
Right.
the pictures that you put up,
And I don't mean to cut you off, but I got some more I'm gonna put up in a little bit, and you guys are gonna be.
so
But anyway.
the pictures that you put up, they are very, very compelling of like what we did 4 months ago behind the mask, this, that, and the other. But if you look, the only similarities of this is supposedly guys with masks. It's in the same town, like all of that. But if we're going down that theory, they're labeling this a robbery, and that what I was going to say earlier was I think everything gets labeled as a robbery to have that many cases that went unsolved, and we just put it, hey, it's a robbery. It's going into the robbery unit, so it gets classified as a robbery. If they're investigating this as a robbery instead of an unaliving, I mean that's just another statistic that says, hey, that was number 7,500 in the robbery case. I'd hate to
I
be,
agree with.
I would hate to be working in the robbery unit over there.
I agree 100%.
Second of all, the similarities of the case doesn't make sense in the fact of Nancy's, a robbery, or, they took her, but they didn't take either one of them. Does that make sense? Like, if so, things doesn't match. If they would have took him and left her, or they would have took her and left him, or something on on that line. I think there's two different reasonings of why this happened. Now, could their organization be involved? Possibly. Of eliminating targets, possibly, but I don't think each one individually is connected in the fact of like why did these happen in that kind of situation. I don't think that's
Well, in the NG case, the porch guy was hired one way or the other. He was the thug. I don't think he was the brains. So one of these guys could have been hired. That picture you showed earlier, Adam, man, that was spooky compared to the one guy that's one of the suspects here. And I thought about that when that case went off. Who knows? It could be one of these guys. Now, one of them doesn't fit the physical, but somebody's, whoever took Nancy is a bad dude.
Yes, sir.
To hit an old lady in the face like that and that's what I think happened. And to do that to her and have no compassion whatsoever, dragging her out of that house, bleeding with no shoes or anything else, walking across them rocks. I got that same kind of driveway and I can't take it.
Yes,
just
sir.
Walking across it. You know what I mean?
I wanted to wait till I wanted to do a show with you, Boomer, but since you're here, I got to ask you a couple questions. I'm so excited to ask you these questions.
Go ahead.
But real quick, Patricia, stay with us. You were the first one on the panel. I'm just going to drop you in the backstage, and I'm going to bring Christian up, and then I'll talk to him for a little while, and then I'll rotate people in and out. So just stay with me, Miss Patricia, okay? If you can hear me.
Okay.
Yeah, just stay with me. I'll bring you back up here in just a second. Let me bring Christian up really quick. But I do want to ask Boomer a couple questions. So, Christian, how are you doing?
I'm in recovery mode.
You feeling okay?
Oh yeah. They got me on some good pain medicine, so I'm not feeling anything. I should be home by Friday.
Praise
Latest
God.
is Friday, so yeah.
Praise God.
It was
I'm glad. So.
It was a very, very, very mild heart attack. They had to go in and put a stent in because one of my arteries was 75% occluded. So.
Well, thank God everything went well, and we will be praying for you. And you need to get some rest, brother. You just need to.
You need to be resting.
Yeah.
I know.
I have a lot of people in my family, and after a stint, and they open up any arteries, you need to be resting because anything you say out of your mouth can raise your heart and can raise your blood vessels. Just saying. Just be careful, please. Be careful.
I am. I miss y'all
the
guys.
doctor told you that too, because I know this. I know hearts very, very well.
Yeah, I'm just saying because I miss y'all guys. I love y'all guys. I can't stay away from the true crime.
We love you too, buddy.
We're glad to have you. We're glad to have you. So let me ask Boomer a couple questions. All right. We still have to do something together, Boomer, but I got to ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
All right.
He's been dying to. He's like, we got to do this. We got to do this.
Yeah,
so.
I've been telling Mike we got to get Boomer on here. But anyway, so very interesting question that you posed, or I guess theory that you posed, that you think they hit her in, or possibly hit her in the mouth, or in the I guess you'd say the facial area.
Right.
So my question to that is, knowing that she's on the blood thinners that she's on, what is your thought process as to why there's not more blood there? Because Mike and I, and I'm not sure if you saw it, but Mike and I did a case study, and we literally only had one vial of blood. And there was not, in my opinion, there was not much more in the totality of it, blood on her porch, than we had in that one vial. And even when I get a nosebleed myself, I bleed so much more than that. So what do you say about that, if that's the case, if she was in fact hit and she's on blood thinners? Why do we not see more blood? That's the first question.
Well, first off, we don't know that she wasn't already bleeding inside. Nano supposedly let that out of the cat out of the bag on that one time. Right? And, Banfield has a source that said there was blood similar to that on the inside. So we don't know how much blood already came out. Then, last night, Thornbridge, they had on a blood specialist. I don't know if you watched that, or
Yes, sir.
not a blood, but a spatter
Right.
specialist.
Yes, sir.
And they got deep into it. Honestly, I was more confused after it was over than I was before. But, she said, and I thought y'all would feel good about this. She said, yeah, you can recreate this. You can fake it and whatever. But she's a pro at it. So I don't go with that staging part. All right. So to answer your question, one of the things she brought up is that she thinks there was something else on the surface of the patio that didn't allow for as much bleeding that should have been there. That's what she said. And we don't know what was taken away. We don't know if they had her in some kind of blanket or a tarp and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I hear your question, but one thing I do know from experience on blood spatter, and that close contact, if you can think of it, is like shooting a shotgun. If you get real close, your pattern is going to be a lot closer. So that pattern is close. So she was down on the ground, right next to the ground, 6 to 10 inches away, or right up against it, when she sneezed or coughed or whatever. That's what I think happened. You can make it real complicated if you want to, but that's her blood, and it's something other than dripping. That's that close stuff. It's where she coughed or sneezed or whatever, and that would make sense. I mean, if you hit somebody in the face or in the mouth, whatever. So there was a little bit more blood, but it appeared not very much blood when you think about it. I agree with that. Why? I don't know exactly.
Okay.
Things don't always, at crime scenes and things like that, we've been baffled so many times about how things don't work the way, hey, it didn't, work the way it did, everything else.
Yes, sir. So my second question, go ahead, Mike. You got one?
Well, one thing in our study was the blood in the front door was the one thing that I wanted to prove or disprove. Could it happen? Not could it happen? Was if she ever came home, because that blood, if you could recreate that blood, then she might not have she might not have ever went home. So now the crime scene, or the last time that she was seen, was at 5 something instead of getting dropped off at 9:45. So that was the one thing that I kind of stood out, and I was like, could this be plausible? What kind of time would it have? This, that, and the other. So I had one of my nurses in our case study. I had one of my nurses draw blood from her husband. I picked it up. It took me about 45 minutes to get from where I was to your house, Adam. And basically all I did was just kept it spinning, and I like how you twirl your thumb, and it did coagulate a little bit, and this, that, and the other, but I wanted to truly know how much blood was actually there. And so out of that normal syringe, and we did our kind of study, the only reason we even wanted to do it was there is physical blood. We know it's Nancy's. That is the only thing that is saying that she was there. Outside of everything else to me, I felt like was smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
Or
could be anyway.
Yes. But having it, thinking that the guy was hired, it's staged, so it has to be some type of performance, right, on camera. And I'm like, why would they do that? And that's the only thing that would be me thinking of, like, hey, it could possibly be staged. It could very well be, she got hit in the head, she got drugged. I think the more crime scene evidence of them dragging her across and that kind of stuff would be.
Well, I don't mean to cut you off, but that was going to be my next question to Boomer. Is that my second question and last question for him is, if that's the case, why don't we see more tracks, smudges, whatever the case may be, on either her being drugged through that or a secondary person stepping through that with her being carried through it?
Yeah, those are good questions. Without having actually been to the crime scene, it makes it a lot harder. You know, we're theorizing on things we can't really know. Which that door opens in in such a way, and it's a big door. It opens out way wide. It's possible she fell down at an angle right there, sprayed that blood out. These guys are one or two or whatever it is. They're hanging up against the door, and there was no need for them to walk through that because that's off center a little bit from the door jamb. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And if they push that big door all the way open, they could come out without tracking through that blood. Hey, that's the only explanation I got. You
Right.
know,
Well, one of the things, even though that whether this case has anything to do that we kind of covered tonight has anything to do with the Nancy case, that was very interesting to me was when that guy parked the car and he closed the door, right, with his elbow. He didn't,
Yeah.
when we close car doors, no, you grab it and you close it. Like,
Well, and he's wiping it down.
and right, but the way he closed that door, once you close the door, like let's just say you grab the door and you close it, right? The way he closed it was he closed it with his forearm because the fingerprints that are inside that door jamb, right? You can't wipe down once it's closed. You can wipe down the door handle, but when you grab the door and you push it closed, your fingerprints are on the edge of that door, And so the way he closed it, it shows you, whether it has anything to do with this case or not, that the person who is committing the crime is going above and beyond not to get caught, not to leave stuff on the
Cover their
scene,
tracks.
and
Yeah.
to cover their tracks. So the way they opened the door, the way they closed the door, like you saw, hey, why something was shady there, because a normal person would have just
Yeah.
closed the door.
Was that car? I didn't follow it as close as y'all were earlier. I was working on something else, but I had y'all on. But was that car stolen or anything?
We don't know yet. We
Yeah.
haven't heard any of that.
So I had heard that it had been purchased from a couple of days earlier.
Yeah, I don't have any verifying evidence of
That
any
that's
of
just
it.
what I'd heard.
Yeah.
Like a cash purchase.
Could be
I heard
buy here, pay here. One of them scam car
maybe
lots.
like an
They
individual type
weren't going to pay for it anyway.
Right.
cash money.
Exactly. Misty, Nikki, what do you guys think? What's on your mind?
Where do I start?
Start with the sheriff.
Go ahead.
Don't even get me started on the sheriff. I mean, Boomer. I think Boomer hit it head on.
What do you think, Misty?
I said I think Boomer hit it head on.
Which part?
I think you're pretty close. I mean, that's
Which
the thing
part?
about it. I think you're
I want
pretty
to know
close.
which part.
From, I don't want
I-
to disrespect anybody. From the front porch at NG's, I don't think it's staged. Not for a second. And you guys are so awesome for doing this trial run that you guys did, but I just don't think it's staged.
No, definitely. And so you know how we do it. I mean, we just bring you plausible theories, and we,
And I love that. Yes.
yeah,
Like I said,
I don't necessarily. We're not necessarily saying that's our main theory either. But I just wanted to bring a theory out there and say, could this have happened, right? And so we just bring
Yes.
you kind of evidence as to how something possibly could have happened. But I mean,
absolutely.
it more than likely wasn't staged. You know what I mean?
Well,
I mean,
and the only way that and it's more or less the only way that she was not at home was you had to do it this way.
yeah.
Unless it's so much older blood that it was dried and it had nothing to do with the
That
crime scene
incident,
or-
yeah.
Because that's the only way you can get the blood. Either you draw it and you put it there, or she was standing on that porch. That's the only two options.
Yeah.
Instead of
And at the same-
all the other kind of stuff. And then you go, well, why was she standing on the porch at 2 o'clock in the morning. She's not going to go. I'm telling you, she's not opening a door at 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever
No,
time to a masked man, right? Like
no.
that's not going to happen. So how did she get, now we got to describe, how did she get on that front porch? And the way he described it, I can get down with that. It is a bigger front door. It is I could see that. Hey, we're gonna we're gonna have this. We're gonna get her. We're going over the mat. Like I can see that kind of thing.
I still can't
And you know
believe.
what?
Go ahead, Misty.
We will never know
Hopefully one
because
day we
guess
will.
what? Guess what?
What?
Nando's messed it up.
He did nothing.
Right.
He told his guys, women, his law enforcement, he told them to get it done in one day and give the house back to the family.
Big mistake.
Why do you
Yeah.
think he
Huge.
did that, Misty?
Cover up.
It's either cover up or
He botched it, yes.
he
But he botched it.
or he's
I'm sorry.
starstruck in the aspect of who it is, right? Like, and I'm not saying that starstruck in the fact that like it's, Michael Jordan or this, that, and the other, but it was like, hey, campaign contribution, like that type of thing. The circles that she runs in, I don't want her to go over my head and get the family pissed off and this, that, and the other. Like, hey, get it done, get it quick, release it. Let's don't inconvenience them. And then the family could in turn been trying to make like it was a huge inconvenience to get it processed quickly, this, that, and the other. So now there could be speculation.
Well, like
Yeah,
you,
that makes
like Mike said, Mike made a great point the other night, and I asked him, he's always thought this was a cover up, and so I asked him, I said directly or indirectly. He said one way or the other, and I think you said, well, I know what your theory is, but even if it's indirectly, maybe he feels like or he knows he botched the scene so badly that now he's trying his best to not get to get as little information out there as possible because he knows there's not going to be any way that someone is going to be convicted in this because of the way his team treated that crime scene at that
And
point.
he would be made to look like the ass, right? Like,
Yeah.
and
so
he messed it up or he intentionally botched it.
I don't think, and I have to agree, as stupid and idiotic as I think he is at times, I don't think he intentionally did it in the beginning. I think what happened was
I do.
I do.
I think what happened was in the beginning they get called to the scene. The deputy on scene finds out that it's Savannah's mom. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you this is what happens when you deal when you're a deputy and you deal with somebody that is in a, I don't want to say higher rank, but in the upper echelon in finances and this that could affect your boss's campaign bid or this, that, and the other. There's a phone call made, and they're gonna call their boss, and then that boss and it's gonna get kind of worked up the chain, right? And as it gets worked up the chain, hey, now I'm not saying the deputy don't have the right to do what he wants to do, but people are going to be notified. And once he gets notified of, hey, S&G's mother's like not at the house, right? They kind of do their investigation, this, that, and the other, and the family is like, hey, pushing them to process the scene faster. I can see that because, hey, we contributed, $1 million to a certain politician that got called, right? And he's like, hey, like, I don't want this shit rolls downhill. It's the truth. And it rolls downhill and it goes to them and they're saying, hey, they're good people. They come from a good family. Like, you aren't going to look at them as hard as you would say something that would happen, 10 miles down the road because of who they
But-
are. They get that in their privilege of whatever, just the last name and who her daughter is. And so I can see it kind of be starting out as that, and it turned to
turning
worse
bad from there. Yeah.
because I'm sure they're asking the questions that are asked, and correct me if I'm wrong, Boomer. The questions that are asked are, would you know of anybody who's wanting to hurt her? Do you know this? Like, hey, them are the things that are being asked, and they're like, no, 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 no. Well, of course I'm going to be saying no if I might have some involvement in it. Of course I'm going to be steering them in another direction if I have involvement in it. And then,
Can I say something?
yeah,
So either it's real and Nanokio did not do his job, or it's a cover up.
whether it's an attempt,
My opinion. That's my opinion.
I think it
Correct.
moved
It's
to.
a-
I think it's moved to a cover up. I don't think it necessarily started out as a cover up. I think now the cover up, it and whether
It's a CYA.
yeah, he's trying to CYA to make sure he doesn't look bad in the end.
Too
Come
late.
hell or high water of the crime.
Too late for that shit.
Miss Patricia, what do you think? We hadn't heard from you in a little bit. What's on your mind?
Well, I think that it was a hit, and I think that Nano's found out this guy knew something, and he took him out for it. That's what I think, and he used these guys to do it, and I still think he's got something to do with Nancy too.
So
Because I mean, you look at it, that place down there ain't nothing but trouble. There ain't no way I'd be a cop down there.
so
Right.
I'd be like them cops down there. I'd be shooting everybody that comes for me.
Miss
I love
Patricia
Miss
thinks he's
Patricia.
the biggest crime lord in Arizona.
Down there.
He is the man.
She said, "I
hey.
just shoot. I just shoot and ask questions later."
You got that right, Nikki. I mean, you talking about zombies walking around and people shooting people and all this other mess. I mean, that bunch of damn idiots down there.
Down there. Yeah.
I love
I don't
when
wanna go down there.
Patricia gets crunk.
Now,
Not
listen,
me too.
I got to make this. If anybody's watching from Tucson, we love you, and we support you, and hopefully you'll
And I
get
feel so sorry for you.
hopefully you'll get new leadership soon.
Yes.
Would be
I'm
nice.
praying you do. I really am. I am
Get
praying
that
you
criminal
do.
out of office. Get him out.
You better hope it's not
He
Patricia.
His position,
he
whatever it is.
he he needs to be on the raisin line. You know what is that? What is that song about the raisins they come out with a long time ago?
California raisins.
Grapevine.
Yeah, yeah, I
Grapevine.
heard it.
I
Yeah,
heard it through the grapevine.
and his drink done shriveled up. But I
When
want to
they
tell
found
you something. That we gonna have to. They need ice down there, and they need to get a hold of this place, and they need to get it straightened out. Until they do, they gonna keep having problems like this. And maybe if they go in there, maybe they can figure out what the hell is really going on.
And when they found out
It,
that Nanos was a criminal, lied on his resume, it should have been an automatic termination. It does not matter.
yeah,
The citizens vote. It does not matter. If you lie on your
But they
resume,
backed
you're a
it. They backed
criminal.
up.
Get him
That
out.
commission
Get
backed
him
up.
out.
They backed up and they said they didn't want to do it then for whatever reason that commission was told that, because we thought that we had that doctor on our side. We thought that doctor was going to make it so no wasn't going to be there anymore and they weren't going to have these problems. But the one thing I wanted to say is, if you remember from the very first night when he was out there and talking about how cold it gets at night out there, and he had his coat on and he was standing in front of Nancy's house getting interviewed, and it was in the evening, and he said, you guys remember that? And he said, we have a walk away. We have a walk away. We think we have a walk away. What? You didn't see the blood on the porch. Wait a minute. And so
Right.
I was like, wait a minute. You didn't see any of that, sir? Like you didn't go over the crime scene of what your people just saw? That seemed very strange to me. And then for the presidents of time and them to set the time for us was set by A&T or T. And I cannot believe that time frame. I can't believe when we started to where we are now. I just don't think it's the truth. I'm sorry. But after going over so much, I think that there's a lie in the timeline, and I think we all know it. And I think we've said it. We've talked about January 11th. We've talked about all these different dates. And I think that we all know that this was set on a different time. But because they reported that the family took her home at this time and the Uber picked her up at this time, that we got a time set for us. And we had to work off that time when I think in actuality, that time probably wasn't correct. And I don't know any son-in-laws that are in charge of their estate, of their mother-in-law's estate, to let her get out of the car and walk in the house by herself. And it took her 2 minutes, but she can't walk 50 feet. That's not correct. And that door into that house, they said, was quite heavy. The one into the dining room kitchen. And I believe them with the step up and everything. And this woman is having a hard time walking. Why, as a son-in-law, if you're in charge of her affairs, why wouldn't you get out of the car and walk her in? Why?
And remember, Nikki, remember the
agree.
one and only press conference.
Disrespectful in so many ways. Sorry.
Mhm. And
I just
remember, the one and only press conference,
Yes.
Nano said, yeah, she had difficulty walking, but
Yep.
she was of sound mind.
Yes.
You don't just
The
walk
Let me ask
away.
y'all
That's
something.
great that the mind is sharp, but if you can't get from A to B and nobody's helping you, it's going to take you a lot longer than 2 minutes.
So that
It's not a walk away.
So
It's
I
not a
ask
walk
you,
away.
I ask you this question: if that's
Sure.
if that's the case, right?
Okay.
Then what do you think happened? If the garage door went up and down in 2 minutes,
Mhm.
and that's a hard, plausible, like I can't get my head around that. And
No, I can't either.
okay, so was that staged?
Absolutely.
Okay.
She never made it home.
So where's
She
how did
never
the blood,
made it
so
home,
how did
guys.
the blood get there?
Have you listened to Dr. Gary? He's so smart. And he said it's not unheard of in cases he knows for them to do a syringe blood or for them to do a turkey baster blood. It's not unheard of. He made it very clear that that is a very possible thing.
And so
And I believe him.
oh, so here and here well here's the thing, and that's why we did that study.
Sure,
Right?
sure.
So when we had the blood drawn, we did it. I
Yeah.
can see, and I think my personal of why this happened, I think goes bigger than than Nanos or whatever. I think it had something to do with government related stuff. Well, my thing is it would have in 45 minutes from the time the blood was drawn. We were doing the investigation, or we were doing our own little deal within a 45-minute period. In one of them sections of where you saw a big clump, it had started coagulating within that period of time. So we dropped it. We did it. But to me, that's the only way that she couldn't have been there. That's what would have had to happen.
But why? Why also, let me ask you this, Mike, or throw this in your lap. Why, if nothing happened at A&T's alternate place, then why would these gentlemen and these ladies spend so much time?
Because they were the last ones to see her. They covered their dotting their I's and crossing their
Why
T's.
is the luminol so strong in that house but wasn't as strong in Nancy's. They luminoled that garage for at least 45 minutes to an hour. I watched the whole thing. And they lit up that house. Go ahead.
To me, I think the reason they did that is because they realized they screwed up so bad at the original crime scene. So whenever there is a crime that is committed, and we've talked about it in the past, and
correct,
the body is not there. So there has to be multiple crime scenes, right? Like there, and then wherever in the car, that's going to be a crime scene. So wherever it is, if I truly think if, and I'm not saying that it didn't happen at their house, but it would be crazy for me to think that it would have happened there. It would have had to have been somewhere else, because they would know that they're the first ones, they're the last ones that seen, or they're the last, like the last thing I'm gonna do.
That's 92%, Mike. The last ones to see her, and the first on the scene. It's 92%.
But that's why I'm saying I don't think it was at the house. I don't think it was at their house. I'm not saying that they didn't do it. I'm not saying that they didn't. No, they did.
I went and talked to a sheriff here, and we had a long talk, and I asked him about luminol. And I said, I told him the whole thing. My dad's a judge, and he passed away, and I said, I need some information. And he said, sure. And I said, how does luminol work? Does it take anybody to use it? He said, no, it's specifics. It has to be a specific person. Not everybody just goes and grabs luminol and takes it to somebody's house and luminols the place. Right. It's a specific person that uses the luminol and knows what they're looking for. He said, why are you asking this? And I said, because I saw quite a bit of luminol at this home. And I wanted to know, is it that they found something, or is it that there's a possibility that something is there? And he said, go with your second mind. And I said that something could be there. And he said, yes. He said, did you ever think that maybe they got a little rough, or she argued and they argued and she had to get back in the car to get home in that garage? Because obviously their car would be parked in there, because they don't ever see it out on the street. So their car was in that garage. So I'm just saying that could have an accident happened at that home, in that garage. They grabbed her too hard. She fell. She hit her head. Something to that effect, to where they could get enough blood from her that they could make this scenario up. They had 9 to 10 hours from their time frame to make this possible. They had 10 hours to figure this out and what they could do. But for them to luminol so heavily at that home, I can't get it out of my head that possibly something went awry there. And they had to figure out how to clean it up as quickly as possible.
Real quick, I just want to say, Nicole, thank you so much, and welcome to the Patriot Pride family. And that's what makes what we do fun, right? That's why we have these panels, and
I love going back and forth with Mike. I love that.
I got one thing I want to ask you, Nikki, when he gets done. Go ahead.
Sure.
No, I'm just glad that we can all have different theories, because, like Mike and I always say, I mean, it's going to take these different thoughts and theories and open-mindedness to kind of hone in on actually what happened. And so It may be a combination of different theories, like Mike always says. So, that's what I love, being able to, at the end of the day, love each other, but also talk about, because everybody is so passionate about what they believe,
Hugs, Mike. Hugs, Mike.
I'm yeah, most definitely. I just want to ask you one question.
Sure, honey.
So let's go that something happened. It could have possibly been an accident. What day did this happen on? A Sunday?
I think it happened in January.
Okay.
And I think that week before, it's in there, because those ladies didn't report her gone until that Sunday. So really, in actuality, if no one saw her through a couple days, it could have already happened, and we're getting their timeline.
Well, one of my big questions is if it was, let's say, an accident or this, that, and the other, how many people have a syringe with a needle that they can draw the blood at their house? I mean, that's
A
something
lot
that you,
in Tucson because they use a lot of drugs.
but
You could probably go get a syringe.
but we're talking about the family. Like, are they relate? Like, do they have access to?
Did you see the clubs they go to, honey? Did you see the clubs, the underground, all the stuff we located? My gosh, if they couldn't find a syringe in all of that, I'll put in with them, Mike.
Scary Drawdown says people want Nancy found. Also,
Yes.
Nikki is a badass.
You straight are a badass.
So Wayne, what's on your mind?
What's good? Hey, Boomer, what do you think about the back doors being left open? What's your theory on that, brother, if you don't mind?
My theory on that is the bad guys wanted to go out the back, and they propped the doors open to take her out the back, and they were going to go through that little side gate and pick her up on the driveway. They didn't intend to go out the front door. That's just me, okay?
Right.
I stay with the simplest thing, you know.
razor,
yeah. I couldn't pronounce it there for a second, but the Occam's razor. Okay, I stick with that most of the time until something else heads me in another direction. And all these theories are good. Listen, what y'all do is exactly, if you had a task force going, I had a task force on several task force, but one of the ones I had a major case on. This is what we did every week. And I had guys in there that I disagree with. They disagree with me. But in the end, I took everybody's opinion. And there's even a story in there about a lady who was we had 3 secretaries. I won't explain that to you on that task force. But anyway, to work. And one of those, I always had everybody in on the meeting and anybody could say anything. And this one secretary, sweet little lady, she raises her hand and says, Sergeant Moore. And so she came through with something none of us old experts knew. No. She thought of something that was important. So because they type up all the reports, they see all the stuff, So anyway, the point of that story is it's worth listening to everybody. And like I said, I had guys there that really disagreed with what my theory was of times. But in the end, we had to go somewhere. We had to, every week we reevaluated. Every week we reevaluated what's going on, where we've been, the assignments that were given out and everything else. And you have to stay flexible. You can go in the wrong direction. When we ended up finding this guy, we were going in the right direction, but the wrong direction in a way. I wasn't thinking of what it ended up being, but at least we were doing something.
Exactly.
So, yeah. So do you think something went wrong there, and that's the reason they didn't take her out?
Yeah. Something went wrong in the house. I don't know what it is. My simple philosophy on that or theory on that is, there was a problem with them coming. Now, if you go back to, what's his name? Sleuth Intuition.
Yeah.
He does a real good thing on showing how they how they came into the neighborhood, where they parked, they walked down this alleyway through some fields. He showed how it could be done. He said he lived in that area. He, played in that area. It could be done. You had a full moon at the time or close to a full moon. They'd been there a lot of times. They had this all figured out. So anyway, and they came up from the back. I don't know how they got in. Now listen, I'll throw you one. Y'all like this one. What about if Tommaso left the back door unlocked?
Mm-hmm. I've thought about that.
Well, and so Boomer, I think you and I think a lot alike. I don't want to put words in your mouth or anything, but real quick, Scary Drawdown, which is Glenn from TBX. He says, "Thank you, Glenn. Boomer is a OG badass. He certainly is."
Nice.
So Boomer, when people ask me, what do you think? What is your actual opinion? So
yeah,
a lot along the lines, and again, I'm not accusing anybody, I'm not slandering or defaming anybody, but I'm very simplistic too, Boomer, until something comes up, and it just pops out, right? So, who has the most to gain from something, or who has the most to lose from something? What evidence do we have right now? What all have we seen happen? Things like that. So, I think, just like you said, I think they left the gates open and the doors open for a reason. I think that was the plan. I think they pulled back there or back there near the casita. I think that's where they originally were going to take her out. I think either one, they were going to do it for true ransom, okay, and they were going to take her unharmed, hold her, and bring her back, and the shit hit the fan once they got in there. And either she fought back or she had a medical emergency, one of those two. And then they had to regroup, and reevaluate the situation. Or it was an actual targeted elimination. And still, when they got in there, it hit the fan. And she was, stronger, feistier than what they thought. Something went down. They had to pull the car around at the last minute. And they took her out the front and put her in the car and left. That's kind of what I think as well.
So
I agree with all of those ideas that you just stated. It's all of one of those,
so
Either
let me
those
ask,
notes are real, it was really a ransom thing, or it's a elimination in some way. But I do not believe they were planning on going out the front door. I do believe that they knew that camera was around there. And I think there's two guys at least on the inside. I think there's three people all together, and
Same here.
somebody driving the car. So anyway, they didn't. So the one guy, you got one guy staying in there. They got trouble. It could be that because of that dog situation behind there, where they walked right by this man's house, and the dog got excited, smelled them or whatever, and then that guy came outside with his dog and all. So it could be they were waiting for all that to calm down before they took her out, and they didn't calm down. They're waiting for it to see if the police are going to show up. All right, so they're waiting. So they say, okay, we got to go out the front. So they send one guy around to the front to disable that camera because they don't want that camera to catch them, And then the other guy's holding her on the inside. And because what do you do if it's one guy? What do you do? Leave her inside and tied up or something and all that? No, there had to be another guy helping. And so anyway,
that's a great point because the dogs that were barking were in the back, right?
Yeah.
Just dog.
So they were going to go out the back, but they were going to go around to the side. They were going to call that guy on a two-way radio, come up and in the driveway, put her in, and be gone.
You say something, Mater.
Yeah, Miss Patricia.
Sorry, I'm done.
No.
I love that theory.
Well,
You ended it well.
let me run this by you. What if she got into the Uber and she was mad? She goes over there and has a night and says she has too much to drink. Materhead brings her home. All right, she's had too much to drink. So he goes out, he gets out of the car, he opens the gate, props open the gate, goes around, props open the back door, goes back to the car, gets Nancy and takes her in the back door. Nancy walks to the front door to make sure the door is locked and she's struck from behind.
Could be.
Okay. But still they went out the front.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, they took her out the front.
So,
but I'm saying that explains why the back door was left open. That explains why the blood was on the front porch. They even said there was blood on the inside. The thing about it is, see, Nancy would have walked. I don't know about y'all, but I know women is bad about when they walking through the front door, they drop their purse somewhere, right there at the door. Sometimes they even walk to the other door and put it there because they use that door. Nancy couldn't walk up and down steps all that good. So I don't think she even used the garage. I think they just opened and shut the garage to make it look like she did. I think she went in through the back door. That's why the dog was barking.
That could be if it's them involved. Yes, it could be.
One thing
and they could be fussing.
One thing I want to ask, if with you giving your opinion of what you think plausible. If I can understand why they would take her if it was a ransom, okay? What I can't get down with is in why 2026 we would have a ransom of an 84-year-old lady, unless they're trying to prove a point to a certain somebody because of. But if it's an elimination, why take the body? If it's an elimination, then we're just eliminating her. We're going in and
because they don't have to have the body. All they have to have is
but it's an
probable cause
elimination, so it doesn't
or
matter.
suspicion of
Yeah.
suspicion of death.
But
That's all they have to have.
But it's an elimination. It's not going to matter. We're eliminate if it's and I truly think that it's an elimination, right? But
if it's elimination, if they have Nancy, then they'll have evidence. They have to get rid of Nancy on account of evidence.
But it's an elimination. Like I'm not taking more by me transporting a body and me doing this. I'm leaving more evidence than I am going in and just doing what I'm doing, right? Like I'm not propping doors open because I'm not taking her. I'm not going to need a fast exit. I'm going to do it and I'm gone. Yeah, and I'm probably going out the back door and I'm jumping the fence and I'm getting away that way. Why take her? But then you're looking like, with everything that's going on in 2026, why are you going to do a kidnapping for ransom? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, another point to that too.
I don't think it was a ransom.
Well, another point to that too in a ransom. I don't know of, and I could be totally wrong because I'm very new in this, but I don't know of many other cases, if any, that there's not an actual ransom note, left at the scene, and they're like trying to hit somebody up later on.
The cases that I'm kind of familiar with that have to do with like an unaliving or this, that, and the other, it's an elimination. I don't need proof. Like if it's a paid job for an elimination, as big as this case is, the proof is going to be the news.
Yeah,
she's done, right? Unless you're trying to prove a point to somebody.
How about this, Mike? It's revenge against Savannah. There's a lot, I think that's the biggest thing. They're trying to hit Savannah. And how do you do that? Take her mother, then try to take some of your money, and who wants to, other than you got a couple of possibilities, but who wants to eliminate her or, anyway, caretakers, I guess. But now let's think a different way. That somebody has it in for Savannah, and I tend to think that they're wanting to hurt her and hurt her deeply, and they have.
I could get down with that.
Let me ask you this, Boomer, and I know this is out there, but a lot of people believe this. Do you think it has anything to do with the files at all?
I looked into that, and I wouldn't throw that away automatically. I mean, you know what? If I was running this task force, that would be an element we would look at.
And can we look at the whole
listen,
picture here?
I'm not typically a conspiracy theory person too much, but there's a lot of things that goes on in this country, that there's, and a lot of it's been proven, from the past on people.
Well,
a lot of things that goes on that the clandestine services does.
Yeah.
And so you don't know. There are definitely people that don't want to be known from those files.
Yes.
And that's kind of where my take is, just due to the fact of who she interviewed, who her husband is. There's just, now on a normal case, I'm not going that route. If she would have not interviewed them people, and it would have been, I couldn't get behind that because but I'm going where the evidence could be pointing and they are connecting, right? Like the note was made to who? her. Hey,
Savannah.
Savannah.
and instead of thinking about hurting her, what about thinking about shutting her up? Hey,
Well, that could be,
yeah,
but
and then
yes,
now all of a
this is
sudden,
a big time warning.
yeah, and now all of a sudden, now she's getting away from that, and she's going to be making her living as a game show host. Come on, like,
Misty, what were you gonna say?
I was going to say, let's look at the whole picture here. I would love to see the documents where it was oxygenated blood. It has been, what, over 6 months now? Almost over 6 months. What he sent to Florida, we still have no results. He's still looking, as he says, at all this footage. So what's the holdup here? What's the holdup?
I think the FBI's took it over. That's what I think, and I think they
The
shut
FBI has
Panos
nothing to
down.
do with what he sent to Florida.
They do now if they done took it over.
The results would be
I
back
think
way before
they
now.
don't
Way
they don't
before
have
now.
anything,
They don't.
Boomer, you don't think
and
they
they're
have
not going
anything?
to tell you that they don't have anything.
And
Yeah.
it's a cover. Yeah. It's
They're
a
not
cover.
going to tell you where they've sent all the other stuff either. And if it's back with the FBI, it's back at Quantico. It's their lab, and they decide if it's going to go somewhere else. I'm not very confident. I said this way back, months ago now. I'm not very confident that DNA is going to solve this case. Everybody thinks DNA is going to solve this case. Listen, that guy came prepared to leave no DNA.
Yes.
And yes, there's possibility that through the saliva from the bite light, and if he, took that out and all that kind of stuff, he might have touched something. But, this whole idea about this touch DNA is way over the top. You don't leave DNA. I heard an FBI guy says that, breathing in the room leaves DNA. Come on.
So what was
So
sent to Florida? What was
yeah,
sent to Florida?
okay, now they got these layers of DNA, all this mixed DNA. When you take that, and first off, one of the reasons they hadn't come back is they're having a real hard time splitting that apart and doing whatever they do to try to get it to where it can be. You go the genealogy route, probably because they're not going to be able to go the other route, just a straight up DNA.
Why
So,
sent to Florida?
well, that's the lab that they always use. That's just ego. That's just being obstinate. That's the way the sheriff is. That's the lab they always went to. He ain't going to send it to the FBI. We got our own lab,
well, and I think
He
that
was a
I think he
butthead
gets a
during that
kickback
first.
going
He's
to the
been a
lab.
butthead all along.
Boomer, I think he gets a kickback going to that lab. That's why he's
Well, he
driving,
might.
and that's why
He
he's driving.
might, because they spend a lot of money going to that lab.
Well,
Yeah.
he's he. If you pay attention to this guy, I really look for details in people's speech
Right.
and their actions. And he's so. I mean, I know a contract, the verbiage doesn't mean anything, but to me it does. But he was very adamant about that. He's like, I sent it there because of our contract with them.
You're right.
And,
I
you know-
forgot
Yeah,
about that.
he sent it there for the contract with him
That he
because
made with
everything I send you, you get a kickback
Yeah.
for being able to fund your livelihood. Like
Exactly. Yeah.
that to me,
I wouldn't doubt
will,
that for a second.
I will fight on that hill. I'll die on that hill. I truly think that's why he didn't. Like he said, it's the ego and he sent it there because he's going to get a kickback. They paid them, and then they're going to turn around and get a kickback.
I think you're more right than the ego issue is.
Plus, he's
I
going to
think
say,
that,
well,
that kickback thing.
plus he's going to say, and look what I did. I sent it to
Yeah.
my lab.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Also, we've been told, which is like the one and only thing we've been told, that the blood on the front porch was oxygenated. Can we see that report? Like, can we see? Is that true? Is that even true?
All right. So, knowing that, how's that going to change your view of the case?
That Nancy was there.
You're not going to.
Nancy was at her home, and that's her blood on the front porch.
Okay, I got you.
As she was alive at that time.
Well, I think it was based on my view of that blood because I've seen that before.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying, can we please see? Like, show us
No,
something.
they're not
Show
going to
us
show
something.
you.
They're
They're
not
not
going
going to show
to
you.
tell you that. Nope.
I'm not
Afraid
gonna
not.
argue with Boomer. I'm not
They're
arguing.
not. They're not going to show you. It's just like,
Can I ask Boomer
I wouldn't show you either. Why do I have to
I
show
don't
you?
believe anything that comes out of Nano's mouth. I just don't believe
I
it.
don't.
I
I
don't
don't
believe
either,
anything.
really.
Hey, Boomer, can I ask you something right quick? Let's say
Sure.
she was there, like you said, close to the ground. She's dripping, then she has the sneeze or the cough. Okay, she could have very easily, I mean, I don't want to be graphic. She could have been kicked and knocked over, and now she's on her back. So now her blood is going down her face and it's going on her body instead of
Yeah.
all over the porch. And then she's picked up from that point. So as she's being walked to the car, that's why you see a couple of other drops going down the sidewalk, and that's why you don't see any more blood than you see on the
That's a
porch.
good scenario. I
Okay.
like that. That's the blood spatter expert that they had on Thornbridge last night. She got all tangled up in it now. And I was listening to it while I was lying in bed, so I was half asleep. But anyway,
Right. We all got there late
and
too.
she got it where she either that or Jen's questioning got her tangled up to where she came to the conclusion there may have been something that prevented more of this blood from being on the pavement or on the porch.
Yeah.
There might have been something that was restricting something, whatever. I don't know. She couldn't come up with that, but that's what she said. So
Gotcha.
what you're saying then in her scenario is plausible. Hey, when I saw her on last night, Mike and Adam, I go, oh my goodness, they're going to jump up and down because they said you can do it. What y'all did. So she
and
gave
like
y'all.
I said, the main thing that with me was that would if it couldn't be done, then we would be like, okay, she was home.
I hear you.
If
Right.
it was able to be done, then it just leads to another plausible that she wasn't home when this went down. Possibly wouldn't be home when this went down.
Did you watch that last night or anything or listen to it?
I got in. I was footballing it all day yesterday. I got in the last 15 minutes of the show.
Oh no, you needed to be in the first part then.
Same here.
Because when she just flat came out and said, "Oh yeah, you can do this. You can fake it. I mean, you can make it happen." Yeah,
There you are.
she just made it sound so simple. Now, of course, she's done it thousands of times in her labs and stuff like that to prove all this stuff. But
well, I can say we did do it. It took 45 minutes. We were able to do it. Now, granted, I have access to nurses and like to be able to do that through my business. But at the same time, like I was like, okay, that can be done, but it does start. Is it coagulating?
Yeah.
Coagulated.
And I just had to roll the syringe into my hand as I'm driving down the road, and I was like, Adam would sit here die right now knowing.
I mean, you can roll it all you want, but after so long, it's going to be coagulated.
Yeah, in 45 minutes we were able to get it done. So I don't know how long after that it started coagulating pretty heavily, but we were able to shoot it out of the syringe within 45 minutes.
Yeah. Well, for me, bottom line, even though that could be done, I'm not in that camp. I'm more simple.
So so with that being said, she had to have been there.
Yeah, I think she was there.
Me too.
Yeah, I
The
think
one thing that really throws you off though is and Taters will love this. Anyway, is the 2 minutes on the garage door.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I
That's
totally
why
agree.
I said.
Yeah, I know. I totally agree. Who would even even in your mother-in-law, right? Who would just pull the car up, hit the garage door, and say, "Get out and go inside"?
Get the hell out.
because we did a
Who would
case
do
study.
that?
We did a case study on our garage, on my garage,
Oh.
and it
What's
took
that?
29 seconds for it to go up and down. So now we're looking at a minute and 31 seconds for her to get completely out of the car, completely in the house, and it Yeah, go
Is
ahead.
that
Here's the
plausible
thing.
then? She get inside by 2 minutes?
I don't
What
think
if what
so.
if they were mad at each other though? That's something that just popped into my head. I mean, maybe he did pull her up there and said, "No, well, get your ass out."
But
And
anybody can open and close the garage door at
she
any
got
time.
out, opened the
Yeah.
door, and closed it right back, and went in the house. And then
What
he
I'm
came back,
saying is I
came back later mad.
he ain't much of a son-in-law. You know,
No,
if he doesn't get out of
right,
the car, help her in, make sure everything's okay, she gets in the house. Come on.
right, right. Yeah, not
Well,
at
I
all.
know he wasn't much of a son-in-law to start with, but with him taking off to Italy right after this happened, that just proved the point right there.
Right, right.
I love Miss Patricia.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, as far as that goes, but I understand in a way. Basically, the streamers, which I love all the streamers, but they were out there like the paparazzi.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, they was the only ones protecting the neighborhood.
I totally agree with that. I'm just saying because of that maybe they just didn't want to have all that going on in their faces all the time, so they left. Now, that's not normal. It's not normal what Savannah's doing either. Savannah ought to be out there leading the
Mm-hmm.
charge.
Mm-hmm.
She
Mm-hmm.
ought
I
to be
think,
leading the way, saying, "Let's put these billboards up. Let's do these flyers." There's a lot of other things. A lot of other things you
well,
can do.
yeah,
And
Can
I
she's
any
got
can
understand
anybody
that.
say
on that.
anything that Savannah or A&T, what
Nothing.
did they do? Is there anything other than
Nothing.
the scripted recordings?
And even in that last one where she said, "We'll never stop looking for you."
you got to
What?
When
start.
did she start?
You got to
Yeah,
start.
exactly. When did you start?
Exactly.
Well, Boomer, and
Exactly.
Well, what got me was is when she said, "Well, I'll never take the joy away from my family." I mean, that's saying that she's not going to take the kids away from the parents. So I believe she know that they done it, and she's scared to death
well,
because whoever done it could come after her kids.
um,
That's true, but she's got tons of security on herself and her kids, her family right now. That's what
Absolutely.
made
Yeah.
Nancy. If you go back to the theory of okay, it's against Savannah. Why didn't you just go after Savannah? Well, Savannah's a hard target, because of security, and she drives around in a limo. They pick her up every day, drive her to work. Her kids are taken and all that kind of stuff. So it's a much harder target
And
to deal with.
she can afford security guards all over her.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
walk around me and let me put up these flyers for my mother
Right. There's no
so
problem.
we can
Yeah,
find
as
her.
far as doing that, do it. I totally agree with that.
well,
Yeah,
one
yeah.
I
question.
don't think.
But they couldn't afford to pay for her cameras, huh?
Yeah, right.
Well,
For real.
Yeah.
I
that's
don't know.
that's one question I've always had is, and I'm not blaming Savannah whatsoever, but you guys that know me know I've always said if you're going to put her out there in the public eye as much as you have, bringing her to your show, showing people what restaurants she loves to go to, showing people inside of her home. Why in this world would you not get her some type of better security measures or any security measures for that
Hmm.
matter?
Absolutely.
But
Yep.
then one other thing, Boomer, I wanted to ask you is,
Okay.
have you ever seen a case where in all of your years where they don't in a situation like this where they don't organize some type of search party?
No. No, this should have been searched. They should have been searching right away, which they did in the first 24 hours or more. They had a search going now. Then he called the search off. I forget exactly when that was, but you should continue to searching beyond that. And they should not have turned down the Cajun Army and all those people for
I was
help.
just going to bring that up.
Yeah, they
Yep.
shouldn't have turned that down. Those guys are really good.
It was
So
like
But then that
completely
goes
anyway,
that
backwards.
goes back to ego, right?
it's ego.
He didn't want them to do the search because he was afraid they would find her, and then he wouldn't get it. They would.
I
Or
agree with
he
that.
knows what happened and he's covering it
Yep.
up.
Or he knows.
Oh, yeah.
Well, my thing is,
Well,
here's
yeah.
my thing though. If that was the case, if he knew what happened and he's covering it up, then he would have. I think he would have accepted their help because he knew that they wasn't going to find anything, and he could go look at what I done. Right?
Well, it depends on where Nancy is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could control where they looked. He could set the perimeter
Well,
where
It
they
seems
looked.
like he already
you can
did
search
that.
here, but you can't search here.
He definitely
Yeah.
could say you can't search here. He could tell them that
But you
this
can't
is.
say you can't search here, but you can search here.
He can.
Yeah.
He can say that. He can be like
That's
this.
that's my point, though.
But
That's my point.
you see what I'm saying?
Well,
Like
he did.
he didn't want
He
any.
did.
He didn't want any help from them. And if
No.
he was trying to cover something up, he could have led them in a direction to go, hey, we set up a 5-mile perimeter. You can go what's past that. Or he could say, we set up a 10-mile perimeter. You have to stay outside of that. And guess what? They have to
Exactly.
stay outside of that. So,
But he didn't
Exactly.
say
You can
any
search. You can search
perimeters.
here, but you can't
Mike.
search there.
but
He didn't
didn't-
have perimeters. He said no searching. He turned everyone down.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. If he was to cover it up, he wouldn't have turned it down because he's dictating where they're searching and know that there would nothing be found if he's covering something up. Right? If he's not covering it up, then we're going. I honestly don't think at
Then
that
search
time.
everywhere.
I don't think
Then
at that
search
time.
everywhere. If he's not covering up, search everywhere.
I have 2 questions for Boomer.
And,
Okay.
and then
Are
we're
you
I
going.
love you, Mike. I love
Are
you,
you
Mike.
I love
okay
you
with
too.
2 questions, Boomer?
I'm good.
Okay. Oh
I'll,
gosh,
I'll
that's
give you
the
the
dog.
2
I'm
questions.
so
I
sorry.
got to go to bed.
Yes, sir.
So-
Yes, sir.
I'm
Yes.
giving you.
Hey. Oh my gosh.
He sounds bad.
No, he's just so excited because my son.
Oh
just
no.
came.
Is everything okay?
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, he's
Goodness
so
gracious,
excited,
Guthrie.
right? Because my
Oh.
son hasn't been home for a little while, so he's just telling him hi.
Oh, that's
Nikki,
sweet.
let the dog
I'm
out.
sorry about that,
It's
you
okay.
guys.
You're
I
okay.
love Marley. I
You're
love,
good.
Yeah,
I
it's
love
Marley, all right. That little character.
All right. So Boomer's got 2
What's his
questions
name?
left in him, and he's
I
gonna go
got
to bed.
2 questions.
All
This
right.
first one
Okay.
is: have you ever seen a family in a car put their hoods over their heads instead of passing out flyers?
Nice.
I don't understand that either.
Nice. I
Okay,
like
That
that.
doesn't
that's-
make any sense to me.
I like that.
That's my first one. My
I love it.
second one to you, sir, is I told you my background a little bit. My father always said, if it doesn't make sense, it's probably not true.
Yeah,
And that's where I go with it.
it's true. Well,
It's
that's-
not
That's
true.
probably why I stay simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Until otherwise. I mean, there's
Mhm.
plenty of things that haven't worked out exactly simple like you think. So.
No,
Yeah.
it's true.
Real quick, guys.
But you take care of the simple first. It's like, okay, I'll leave you with this. And then Chris McDonough from Interview Room is stuck on this. But
Okay.
I agree with him. You have to eliminate everybody in the circle first before you can go outside the circle and even go in these areas you're talking about. I do not believe those 2 have been truly eliminated.
I agree.
They haven't been
Agreed.
interviewed properly.
Nope.
And all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of things there. I could go through a whole litany of
Right.
things you do to eliminate them from the
Don't you think-
circle.
Don't you think Savannah's sitting back going, what are they doing? I mean, if she's not knowing what her sister and her brother-in-law are doing, or she's playing it off like she does know, like she's up on everything, but in retrospect, she really doesn't know what her sister and her brother-in-law are doing, and she's just saying the good stuff and trying to keep it with them not at fault and then no one aiming anything at them.
We don't know the family dynamics in reality.
Mm-hmm.
We know that Savannah has attained a notoriety that could cause jealousy within the family and all that, right? Now, I don't know that that's true, but it's definitely possible.
Possible.
And maybe you've seen those family pictures and all that. Maybe they're not so close as everybody thinks.
And
there's
especially
a lot
because
of-
she does have money,
Yeah.
her sister
She's
could have felt
famous.
entitled.
So, I didn't like the way, well, I don't know. You can't always tell by the way people act. Okay.
You got one more question in you, Boomer?
Go
All right,
ahead.
hey, this is it for Boomer. One more, guys. One more.
He's got to go to sleep.
Got one more.
Boomer.
One more.
That's all right.
Have you guys ever told somebody or led them to believe that they were not suspects and they were cleared just to try to keep them from maybe lawyering up and leaving the country?
No, I haven't really ever done that. No,
Thank you.
no. I mean, that's plausible.
Okay.
Think to deceive them, so to speak.
Right.
You're cleared, but you really aren't. That's what you're saying.
Have
Yeah.
you ever seen anybody cleared when that body has not been found?
No, probably not. We don't clear people too easily. I mean, I have cleared people. But we went to that big case I talk about a lot of times. We went to great lengths to clear the father, who everybody thought it was family, but it wasn't family, and we went to great lengths to prove it. So anyway,
Okay.
but that's what you got to do, and that's my main complaint. Hey, the sheriff appears to have just said they're clear. He's flip-flopped on it several times, of course, but
Yeah.
I don't see how they can be clear if they haven't been taken to the station, separated, and interviewed.
Yeah.
Not an interrogation, but an interview. You start with an interview, just an interview. We're trying to find out things about your mother, all the things about your mother, things, you just generally move into it. And then if you get some red flags popping up, you get a little deeper and you push it to where, and then you could get to the point where you go, uh-oh, we've crossed over the line here. You're a suspect now. And, I don't tell them that, but I say, yeah, I need to read you this. And you got to give them Miranda when you get so far. But you don't have to give anybody Miranda. People have this idea when you arrest somebody, on the police shows, the guys are walking away. You have the right to, no, you know what we used to tell them as detectives? Don't ever advise anybody of their rights. Don't, because I want to interview them before they've told you, no, I want a lawyer.
Right.
So we used to instruct the officers, just arrest them, whatever the situation is. Get them in your car. If they want to talk, you don't talk. You don't ask them questions. You take spontaneous statements they make. A lot of times they make great spontaneous statements that you didn't ask a question. So they didn't have to have their rights read to them. That's a myth that you got to immediately read somebody their rights. When they get into the detective interview room, we're the ones that now will advise them of their Miranda warnings. And guess what? You don't have to do it right off the bat either. We used to talk to them in a general way, find out a little bit about them, how's your mother and all that kind of stuff. Okay.
Right.
And then when you got into the real questioning and you knew they're really a suspect, they're not a witness, those two that we're talking about here, they're only witnesses at this point. Really.
Right.
So, but you got to go from witness to suspect, but that takes a while. So anyway, if you have a real suspect, you bring him in and you start talking to him a little bit. How's life?
Right. Yeah.
But then when
You're
you get
awesome,
into
Boomer.
any
You are
accusatory questions, you got to already have given them their Miranda warnings, right? So,
Right.
Anyway.
Well, Boomer, listen, I know you got to go, and I want to thank you so much for being here with us. It's been an honor, man. And if you're up to it, we'll get together. I'll get with you sometime, and we'll do a show together.
No and we'll make sure we go on early.
Yeah, certainly.
You don't have to do that.
No, that was my excuse so I could get to Waffle House before 5 o'clock.
No Waffle House anymore without any of us.
That's right. But what Waffle House are y'all going to?
Yes, see, Boomer wants to know
We can
too.
go whichever one you want to go to.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
But
Boomer, you're awesome, and like I said, I'm
loves
so
Waffle
honored.
House.
I'm so honored to be here with you.
All right, I'm gonna go, y'all.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
great
Thank you,
seeing
Boomer.
and meeting all of y'all.
I want
Keep
one of
it
them
up.
hats. We got to get you to make one.
Okay.
I'll buy one.
Bye,
I'll buy one
Boomer.
for sure.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Boomer.
Thank you, Boomer. See you later,
Sleep
man.
well.
All
See
right,
you
bye.
later, Boomer. Bye, man.
Man, it's awesome to have him. All right, guys, we're gonna do a round of last words, and then we're gonna take a couple calls. But I got one more person I want to add to the stage really quick. The man himself. We got, if he's still here, he is not here anymore. So All right,
Oh,
so we'll go to last words, and then we'll take a couple phone calls. Miss Patricia, last words on tonight's.
Yeah, I think that Miss Nancy went over to A&T's and got tipsy, and he brought her back through the back door and caught her at the front door, and she had to get her out the front door. That's what I think.
Okay.
That way he could have got her in the house, went back outside, cut the power off, and then went around the front to take the camera off and then took her out. And they could have used the blanket off of her bed to wrap her up and take her out the door.
All
I
right.
don't think it was a I don't think it was a ransom, because if it was a ransom, why didn't they leave the ransom in the house? Don't make no sense to me. And
Well,
that explains the door being, I mean, the dogs barking too.
all right. Well, Miss Patricia, it's always great to have you here. We love you so much, and we appreciate you. Okay.
I appreciate y'all. When y'all gonna get them shirts out?
We're working on it. We're working on it.
All right. Well, let
It's
me
above my
know.
pay
I'll.
grade.
Hmm.
Well, okay.
All
Well,
right.
well, you can let me know, and I'll get me one.
All right, Miss Patricia. We love you.
Oh,
See you later.
Love
bye,
you,
All
Miss
Miss
right.
Patricia.
Love
Patricia.
y'all.
All
Thank
right.
See
you
you.
for the birthday. Bye.
Bye
Love
bye.
you, man.
bye.
See you
Wayne,
later.
last
Yo.
words. We investigate.
Okay, so I'll touch on both cases that you talked about tonight with some last words. Man, it just came to me a little bit about that garage door only being open for 2 minutes, and what we've been talking about with some kind of argument going on, and the way he's kind of hot headed, the way I've seen him come in that driveway before. I can see if they were arguing on the way home, he's coming in that driveway hot, and he pulls right up to that garage door, and he's like, "Oh, we'll get the hell out then," you know. And she gets out. She's got a little bit of adrenaline, maybe got a drink in her, so she's angry too. She gets out. She goes and opens the garage door, closes it right back, and that could explain the 2 minutes because it was heated right there at the garage door. So that just kind of came to me tonight as we were having our discussion. With the other case that you talked about, I just find it really, really hard to believe, like I said when I first came up, that he was unalived and she was only hit in the shoulder. There's this, to me, that don't make too much sense. Most people don't leave a witness there that
Yeah,
when they unalive somebody, they just
if
leave a
you
witness
unalive
behind.
one, you unalive the other one,
That's
in my
usually the
opinion.
case. So I think that's where that one's going. But other than that, in about 6.5 hours, I will be back live myself covering the Lindsay Clancy case. If any of y'all are up, come on over. We're having some good discussions over there, getting ready to hand that case to the jury next week. So come on over and let us know what you think.
Thanks, Wayne. We appreciate you, man.
Appreciate it, Wayne.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Mike.
Go
Y'all have a
dogs.
good night. Bye, Misty. Bye, Nikki. I love you.
Bye,
Love
Wayne.
you too. Bye, Wayne.
See you,
Good night,
Wayne.
y'all. See you, buddy.
See
Thank
you,
you,
man.
Adam.
Bring
Yes, sir.
ice cream next time.
You got it.
All right, Misty. Last words.
My last words, this was an amazing panel tonight. And I think when great minds get together, we just might find out the truth.
We're
I'm
definitely
not
going.
going to go into any detail of anything else. I'm just going to say that to end it.
We're definitely going to. I honestly believe that together we're all going to figure this out. We're getting there. I think we're getting close. So
Well, you
Well,
guys do all the hard work.
well, Misty, I have
I'm
to
just here
say,
to
you have
support.
you're very close to having a great mind, but you like the wrong football team.
that's right.
Roll Tide, man.
No, Mike
Roll
didn't do.
Tide.
We got to fix that problem somehow.
You won't
Oh
fix it.
gosh.
Anyway, hey, you know we love you, Misty, and thank you for everything.
I love you guys too.
All right, see you
Bye.
later.
See you, girl.
Bye bye.
Misty.
Love you, Nikki.
All
Bye.
right.
Love you too, baby.
All right, Miss Nikki.
Go Ducks.
Go. To,
Is that good, Mike?
Hey, I can get down with the Ducks. I mean, for the head
I'm
coach,
die hard.
the
Die
head
hard.
coach of
Die
Oregon
hard.
come from Georgia, so I can get down
Uh
with
huh.
it.
Uh huh. Yes,
See,
my son, went to school down there in Eugene, and family, a lot of people went to Oregon State, but I definitely am a Duck fan. So I have web feet. I was born with them.
so what's your last words on this case, Miss Nikki? What do you think?
I think that you telling us and making sure that a group of us keep our minds very open, it gives us the opportunity to take in so much different information. And it gives us a chance to, even after we're done with these panels, we get to think about it and really mull it over in our minds and come up with something that we think is good by our guts, you know? And I think that this whole thing is telling me that it was wrong from the start. And I think so many of us know that. And when you start something wrong from the start, it's hard to get back on track, you know, and it's hard for people to believe and want to believe. And I think some of the stuff that we're coming up with, some of these ideas, if we haven't hit it on the head, we're darn close, like you said. We're darn close.
Well, it gets back to iron sharpens iron, and I think doing these panels will not only help move this case forward, but I think it will help cases beyond this to be moved forward of coming in. And he's exactly right when you're talking about a task force and you're sitting around and you're doing the talking and the, you know, agreeing. Like each person comes up and they have to come up with, hey, what do you think based off of this? And you have to come up with it, right? And they agree or disagree, and it's based off of them percentage numbers, and it truly is a panel of, and that's why it's called a task force.
And you know, I think we are the task force. That's a great point.
Right.
It's a really good point.
And I was talking to my mom. You know, she turned 84, and her old lady gang in Las Vegas. I guess they're all into Nancy, and I didn't realize that. And so Mom wanted to bring it up and talk about it. And they made some really good points, their little 84-year-old group. And she said, honey, can I ask you a question? And I said, absolutely. And she said, would you make me take an Uber? And I thought about it for a second. And I said, is that something that's bothering you? And she goes, it bothers all of us ladies. And I said, what's bothering you ladies? Because you are her age. And she said, it bothers me that they didn't come pick her up too. They made her take an Uber. And that, as your mother, I would be very hurt if you made me do that and you brought me home, but you couldn't pick me up. You didn't live very far.
Yeah, I mean, it's 10 minutes.
And the big thing is you sit there in that generation, right? That generation was taught.
Baby boomers.
You don't talk to strangers and you don't get into, and now it's the norm, right? And it's how, so I could see exactly where they're going, like, why are you telling me to go get, like, I don't, don't talk to strangers. Well, I'm getting in a stranger's car.
Yes.
Like, I could definitely see that, where we're
she
sitting
thought
back,
that,
we don't think twice about it, I don't have a Uber app on my phone or anything. I don't
either.
But at the same time, like a lot of people do, the people I hang around, like, hey, we're catching the Uber. Well, I'm catching it with you because I don't do that stuff. But,
Right.
But I definitely could see that being the issue. I can see my grandma being like, hell no.
Yeah.
So yes,
like,
exactly.
You coming to pick my butt up.
Yes, exactly. And my mom said that she feels, because she has a trust, she feels that it's driven by greed. Any which way you look at it, there's greed involved somewhere, because otherwise there would have never been any money mentioned if there wasn't greed involved. And I said, okay, I'm listening to you. I agree with that. And she said, well, Renee thinks. And I said, uh-oh. She said she thinks that her son-in-law, who doesn't help his mother-in-law out of the car, honey? And I said, Mom, gosh, you raised me, because I am so stuck on those kind of things. And I said, I can't believe it. And she goes, it's integrity, honey. It's integrity. It's integrity, and it's love and trust. And if I trust you and you trust me, you already know what I need. You already know when I open that car door that I need you to come around and help me.
Certainly.
You already know these things about me.
And the hard thing about that is that age, they're so
Yeah.
independent anyway. They're not gonna ask.
Well, Rose, I want to
I
say,
have one.
Rose, I want to say thank you so much for your support. She says it sounds like elderly abuse could have been involved,
Yeah.
and then Glenn Scary Drawdown makes a really good point, especially when you are a high profile family. No Uber, like
Yes.
who does that?
Yes.
I don't know, but anyway. But Nikki,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. We love you so much, Nikki. And everybody, go check out Nikki's Unjust Story. She's doing great things over there. It's a great place to go and hang out and relax
I'd love to
and
have
fellowship
you.
with each other. So we love you, Nikki.
Thank you. I love you guys too, and I'm so proud of you. And I think you guys are just great, and I just adore you. And I think some of your ideas are just wonderful. And you guys have really brought it these last few months, because you're fairly new too, like me. And you've really come heavy and hard. Like, you guys have really brought some great information for us to look at, think about. And I just wanted to really compliment you on that. I put you in the line of monk. So that's pretty good, guys.
Wow.
Wow.
Well,
That's
thank you so much.
And I love Monk. I
Yeah.
love Monk, and
we
he
love Monk.
explains things. He explains things for people like me that understands layman's terms so well. And I just like how he tells the stories. And Adam, you have a bit of that storytelling, if whether you know it or not.
Well,
You
thank
can tell the story like it's a story. You know, you're telling it like that. And I admire that, because I try to tell stories and make them as light as possible. It's hard to bring people's, non-existence back up, that they were very hurt at different times in different ways. And it's very difficult to bring those kind of things back up, because it hits you hard, It hits you hard that these people didn't go by God's will. They went by another human's will. And that human decided that they weren't here. They shouldn't be here anymore. And that's just a difficult thing for me.
Well, thank you so much for saying that, Nikki. And that's an honor coming from you, because you are one of the best storytellers that I know. So thank you so much, and I really appreciate that. And we just love having you around. You're just
your
such great energy.
The
and,
energy. I'm all about energy.
Yeah.
And if I'm going to do my best to always try to protect my energy, and so I nip stuff in the butt when I feel, it's not for me. Not saying I don't like them, but I'm going to protect my energy at all costs. And your energy is contagious.
It is, yeah.
Thank you. And I need to be more like Adam in some respects, because I need to be more controlling of my chat. That's a downfall I have. I don't want bickering. I don't want fighting. If you don't like each other, don't like each other, but just, you still can be present. You don't have to like somebody to be present. And we sit with people all the time we don't care for, or that we do care for. And it's just one of those things that I need to get better at. And I watch you, and I like how you try to calm the chat down and tell them, hey, that's not going to happen in here. And I want to get better at that and pay more attention to that.
So on your channel, what's your channel called?
Nikki's
Unjust Stories.
What's it called?
Oh,
What's
right.
it called?
That's right. Yeah. Say it again, Nikki.
There you go.
That's right.
Your name's on that channel.
That's
Don't
right.
forget that.
That's right.
How you want to run it is how you want to run it. You're the one putting the time into it. Like, I would rather have 10 really close people that are building me up and bringing me energy than have 10,000 that just want to. Remember, your name's on that channel, not anybody else's.
And it's hard for me, guys, because I'm trying to live, and I'm trying to, I'm almost at 3 years of fighting this.
Praise God.
And I have 2 more left to go.
Praise God.
And to me, when I see things that are tedious or silly, they really look silly to somebody like me that wants to live, and those things don't matter to me, you know?
Well, your energy is amazing, and I love seeing your pretty face.
Thank you.
Yes, it's always great to see you it's an honor.
I got another haircut, guys. I hope it's a little bit better, but it's a little more styled.
You look amazing.
It's beautiful, Nikki.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. And I love you guys, and keep doing what you're doing, because you are spectacular.
We love you. See you later.
You too.
All right.
Bye-bye,
Bye-bye.
guys.
Bye.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Bye-bye. What a great panel tonight.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you guys so much. And I don't want to hold you guys much longer, but I do want to take one. We're going to take one call, guys, because
Oh shit! It started soon.
we're going to take one call. I don't want to hold. You guys are amazing for being here with us. Thank you guys so much for sticking around with us. We love you guys. Can't do it without you guys. And really quick, if you have not hit that subscribe button or the like button, guys, please hit that. And let's get the name Patriot Pride out there so we can help more and more people. So we'll take a couple of calls. But Mike, tonight has been.
Well, I'll tell you how awesome tonight was, and this is true. Around 12:15, I was like, oh my gosh, like literally struggling. And next thing you know, we're talking and we're getting the discussions and this, that, and the other. And I look up and it was like 2:30. And I was like, where in the hell did the time go?
Yeah. I mean,
I promise I didn't sleep through any of it.
Maybe a little.
No, not even a little.
So yeah, let's take a call, guys. If anybody wants to say, I just want to make sure I open it up for you guys. If anybody else wants to call in, so 470-499-0902. I think I saw a couple of people in the chat saying, "How do I call in?" So you guys are welcome to call, but just please make sure everybody that's watching, guys, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're
1,300 likes.
If you're rewatching tonight, please make sure you hit the subscribe button and the like button, guys. And again, I want to thank all the panelists. It was such a great panel tonight. Thanks, Boomer, for coming up here, and he's going to be cussing us out. He's going to be cussing us out tomorrow for keeping him up so late.
He's going to be getting up and going, that damn Adam.
Those damn boys.
But like,
his
energy, right? Like,
yeah.
I listened to him. I've listened to him before, and he was talking about, his wife was quilting and this, that, and the other. But like, to be able to experience and have the stuff that he's done, like, y'all don't, I mean, maybe y'all do understand, but like, most people who have been 37 years into that don't have that personality.
Yeah, I agree. He is an awesome guy, just in general. I've talked to him offline. He's just a really nice guy. Hello, this is Patriot Pride.
Hi guys, this is PK.
PK, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I hope you guys are doing good. I'll make this really fast because I know you're tired.
No, it's okay.
First I wanted to say, do we know that all the shots in this recent unaliving are from the same person for both people? Or was there two shooters?
That I don't know.
Okay, and the other thing is, there's a whole lot of charges being dropped on a whole lot of people for something not to be going on behind the scenes here.
I totally agree with that.
I mean, major charges.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And the third thing I wanted to say is my new name for Nanos is Sheriff Botched.
Sheriff Botch.
Sheriff Botch. That's a good one. Yeah,
we might have to get a shirt that says Sheriff Botch. We just got to get a bunch of shirts.
That definitely describes him.
I like that.
Yeah, we need shirts or T-shirts.
Yeah, we do.
Shirts or hats. Sorry, I'm tired.
I feel you on that one.
Okay.
Thank
you
you
guys
for
have a great
calling.
week.
Thank you so much. Always good to hear from you.
You too. Have a great week.
You too. Thank
too.
you. All right, bye-bye. Monica, I think it was Monica sent me some photos as we're waiting on the next caller. We'll take one more.
I thought we was going to take
We'll take one more, guys. We'll take one more. These photos are, I don't know. Let me put these photos up. But again, you guys can call. We'll take one more, guys. So if anybody wants to give us a call, 470.
What time you got to get up in
499-0902. Man, I always have to get up early and work, brother. So let's just take a look at a couple of these photos really quick. Let's put this up. Hello, this is Patriot Pride.
Hello, Adam.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Alicia.
It's really hard to hear you.
I said it's Alicia. Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, Alicia? I can hear you. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm trying to go to bed. I'm just trying to finish up your stream and go to sleep.
Was your big day?
It was great.
Awesome. Awesome. That's awesome. Well, I'm glad everything went well.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So what's going on? What's on your mind?
Just doing a lot of behind the scenes research, but I'll talk about it another time when I get my connections made.
Okay. Cool. I love connections. And as we're talking, I'm gonna put some pictures that Monica sent of Mr. Rogers that was already arrested. I'm gonna throw some photos up that you guys might want to see. So obviously, this is him down in the bottom of the image here, guys. So, but what do you think about this case, Alicia?
There's a lot going on. I've been doing my own little thing behind the scenes, but I definitely think there's some stuff going on there.
Really? Well, I'm definitely excited and interested to hear what you may come up with.
Okay. But yeah, I'm working on it, and I'm really tired right now, so my brain's like all mushy.
Well, that's okay. It's good to hear from you, though.
Yeah.
And I'll get back with you on that other thing that we discussed. I'm supposed to get those QR codes in tomorrow, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Well.
But I will say you guys should probably look a lot more into these two.
Okay. Well, I definitely will do that. I definitely will. I'm definitely going to spend some time this week doing that. And I didn't have a lot of time to do a lot of research, even though I did. But I'm going to do a deeper dive into that. So, but yeah, and I'd love to coordinate with you if you come up with anything.
Okay.
All right, just let me know, okay?
All right.
All right, talk to you later.
Thanks for calling.
You're welcome. Bye, guys.
All right, see
Bye.
you. So all of these are Mr. Rogers, and again, we're not accusing him of doing anything, but just some interesting photos that Monica sent me, and thank you so much for sending these to me. So this one, I'll have to do some side by sides, but very interesting to me, some of these photos and how they look maybe similar to someone else that that we've already compared. So, but if anybody wants to call in, we'll take one more. I'm going to look at one more image here, and if you guys want to call one more person, we'll take one more. 470-499-0902. Look at this one here, Mike. I'm really interested to put this one on a side by side. And again, it could be absolutely nothing, but I'm like you. I mean, to me, this may be the closest resemblance maybe that we've seen so far, in my opinion. And again, I'm not blaming this guy.
Well, you hold on. You notice in that picture he's only got one teardrop?
Yeah, that's a good catch, Mike. That's a good catch.
And the other ones he has two.
That's a really good catch. Interesting.
And what makes that so interesting is a teardrop takes like 2 seconds to do, right? It isn't like you're doing like hours and having to come back and do it, right? So he got one teardrop, and then at some later date which was not that date, he got another one. And so that means, to me, he's either had two people that he's lost to what they kind of consider the game.
Yeah.
Or he's given two losses
to the game.
To the game.
Yeah, exactly. And so thank you so much for this, Monica. We'll definitely. I'm certain it was Monica that sent these. It's been a long night, but I'm pretty certain it was. But
preach. Church is over here saying preach about it being a long night.
But anyway, I'll leave this phone number up literally for just one more minute, guys. If anybody else wants to call in, you're welcome to. 470-499-0902. Thank you guys for being here with us. If somebody would let me know how many likes, I don't know how many likes we got, but it's just such an honor to be here with you guys, and you guys stay with us this long. I always come into this mic, I'm like, we're not going to go this long tonight, or we're not going to go this long tonight. And the shows just are so awesome we have such good insight, such good panelists and callers. It just flows, man. I'm like you. It just happens. So it's an honor for you guys to be here with us. And again, we can't do it without you guys. So thank you guys. We love you guys. 1,300. Thanks, Millie. We appreciate it. That's awesome, man. His soul is in trouble. You can see it in his eyes. God guide him. Yes, amen. All right, last call. If anybody wants to call in, 470-499-0902. We're all kind of fond of y'all. Well, you must be. I mean, I don't know that I could stay up with. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Definitely, you couldn't.
I'm just saying, it's just an honor for people to stay around this long.
Look, for Adam for you to have Adam's attention for more than like 10 minutes.
My mind's just all over the place, man. Yeah.
It's all over the place.
Yeah.
And then he'll come here and he would literally spend 8 hours with y'all.
Oh, I'd spend as long amount of time with you guys as you'd spend with us. And so we're going to do.
I mean, I love all of y'all a lot, but I got to get bills paid tomorrow.
Oh, thank you so much, Zanaya. That's awesome. We're gonna do a long stream sometime. We're gonna do a 12-hour stream. We're gonna start earlier, but we're gonna do a 12-hour stream one day, and we're gonna.
You got a mouse in your pocket?
Well, I'm gonna do a 12-hour stream one day.
There's no way I could have time to do a 12-hour stream.
Well,
I mean, unless you're just gonna hang with me when we go do whatever I gotta go do, especially during football season.
Yeah. Well, we're going to do one soon. So, all right, last call, 470-499-0902. If anybody wants to call, give me a call. Boston, thank you so much. God bless you both for all you do. We love you too. We love you guys. And again, thank you so much. All right, well, let's do this right here. Let's do this. We'll be right back.
Before, now and beyond, your stories will carry on. Here's some advice given by First Lieutenant Hyde, who gave the ultimate sacrifice. Do not accept mediocrity in any aspect of your life. Patriot pride is now live. Patriot pride is now live.
All right, guys, we are back. And again, I just want to thank you guys so much. Tonight has been awesome. I want to thank everybody that came up on the panel. You guys are great. Everybody that called in. And guys, anybody that donated monetarily, I hope I got to you. If not, I'm so sorry. The chats were flying there for a little while. So thank you so much for your donation. And even if you didn't donate monetarily, everybody donated their time tonight. And again, I always say that time is your most valuable asset. So thank you guys so much. You cannot put a price tag on that. So I'm going to do a little bit of a deeper dive into these guys and see what we can come up with. But I hope everybody enjoyed tonight. I enjoyed tonight. Tonight's been awesome, Mike. I mean, tonight we always say I don't know how it can get better, but I mean, you know, we bring you the content, but you guys are the ones that make it great. You know what I mean? So thank you guys so much for being here. And I think Jody Lynn is in here. And I said it earlier, but I just want to thank you so much for being awesome and paying that forward. I don't think Shauna was in here tonight, but the next time Shauna's in here, we're going to send that DNA vibe to Shauna. So thank you so much, Jody. And thank you guys out there. God bless everybody. And I hope you guys have a great beginning of your week. And God willing, we will see you guys Wednesday night. We'll see you guys later. Actually, real quick, I do want to thank.
You do one more call, I promise you.
I want to thank. No, I do. I got to do this. I got to thank the mods because the mods are unbelievable, and I never want to leave you guys out. So I want to thank all of our mods. You guys are amazing, and we love all of you guys. Thanks for all of your support. And again, God willing, we will see you guys. Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. Simp. Simp, I just saw this. I don't know if I've read it already or not, but thank you so much. It says maybe they have to prove that the car was involved before they can charge them. I may have already read this.
Yeah.
I just saw this over here. But anyway, they probably have questioned him, but they have to have the evidence. Just did not want to miss anything. So anyway, love you guys.
You scared me to death. I literally thought you were going to throw one more call, and I was going to jump out this damn window.
We love you guys. We'll see you guys on Wednesday, and you guys have a good first of your week. God bless you.
Peace.